Dangerously cheesy. Dangerously cheesy. Dangerously cheesy. Dangerously cheesy. Dangerously cheesy.
Scree. Hello, everybody. Welcome back, Dumpster Divers. Happy Tuesday. How is everyone doing? Scree.
Dangerously cheesy.
Virgil, congrats on first. I had a feeling Virgil was gonna get first because I did a ping to my mods in the Discord server right before I went live. I'm like, Virgil knows I'm about to go live. So congrats on first, and also thank you for helping me with my rewards queue issue. We've got Cheetos from Virgil, Zebulon, Primey, Sage, Amari, Starry Night, Madamise, Rad. Hello. Why do I keep saying things in threes? So many times I start stream and it's like scree. Hello. I feel like I'm casting spells over here. Let's see what else we got in chat here. First I would like to bring attention to the pinned post. Technically today is the last day to get your guesses in for the wife smooch guessing game, but I don't really care. I'm probably gonna leave it open for longer. The due date was just to kind of light a fire under people to get their votes in, but we're probably not doing whatever we're doing until February anyway, so get your guess in if you haven't yet. The game is to guess how many times me and Jade smooch on stream via the Smooch the Wife redeem in 2025. I kept a spreadsheet. And the winner who guesses the closest, either above or below, will win prizes. They'll win 2 prizes. They will win a 1-month subscription, and they will win a YCH commission of their choice. So I have a bunch of little fun YCH commissions, like the Froggy Chair, like the Skrunkly Sitters, like the Blorbo Biters. If you can check out my VGen, I dropped the link. You can always !VGen if you don't know where my VGen is. If you want to see like what kind of art I have for offering for any reason at all. Because a lot of people ask me, like, what kind of art I sell. And I'm like, you can look at my VGen and get a good idea of what I offer. But also, anything. I'm open, baby. But Sage, hello. Virgil, thank you for the 30 stream Screek. That's so many. Scree right back at you, Rad. Rule of 3. It's very powerful. It's true. Wait, if I can I summon cheese? If I go cheese. It would have been really funny if I did that and then a Cheeto flew in right at that moment. That would have been beautiful. How's my battery doing? Perfect. Okay, we are all charged up and ready to go, baby. Do I remember which button does my tablet? Yes, I do. Oh my god, Rad, you gave me the cheese that I summoned. Let's go. Manifestation. It's real. But it's been a few days. I think I only took 2 days off ultimately. Well, yeah, I did a big stream on Saturday, right? Yeah. Sorry that we didn't do Pokemon this week. I was like really on the fence about doing it or not, but fatigue told me to take a break. Which I've been taking a lot of breaks due to fatigue, but, you know, at the mercy of chronic illness, doing the best I can out here. So we should hopefully be back next week for that to continue with the post game. And then last night I also had to take the night off. So we're gonna try to get caught up on work here because I'm a little bit behind where I want to be. I wanted to have these emotes done by the end of last week. I'm not gonna be able to finish them tonight, but I have 2 more that I need to do the line art and flats for, and then we can start the shading process, which is the quicker part, but it is going to be, like, methodical going through, and it is a pretty large quantity of them to have to do. So we'll see what happens. I ideally want to do, like, a 5-hour stream tonight, so fingers crossed the energy permits, and I can get a little caught up here. Because for the rest of the month, so we're on the 20th, I have, what is that, 10 days? 11 days left. So I have 11 days, so I want to get these emotes done. Then I have 8 more emotes I need to do. I think 1, 2, 3, 4 of which are bird. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of which are birds. And I'm a little scared, but I'm gonna do my best. I don't have a lot of experience drawing birds, let alone emoting birds, but we're gonna do our best. And then 3, just good old regular emotes. So that's gonna be a batch of 8 emotes. And the other thing I want to do this month is, I don't have anything to show for it, so I don't have to go to it. I have a Fusion Stinko Pop, which Virgil out there knows which one it is. I have a Fusion Stinko Pop that Virgil commissioned. So ideally, I'm gonna have all those finished in the month of January, and then I'll be mostly on track. I kind of want it to be a little further, but it is what it is. It's Scree, the Scree, Bat Scree, House Scree, R Scree, U Scree today 3. Was that on purpose? Or were you trying to throw me off? I'm okay today. I kind of fixed my sleep schedule last night. We'll see what happens tonight. But yesterday, I kind of had a whack sleep schedule because I had to take a nap in the evening. But then I ended up still being tired, and tired before I usually get tired. So I went to bed at 3 a.m., which for me is very early. So I actually woke up at 9 today. Woke up is an overstatement. I stayed in bed scrolling on my phone for about 2 hours, and then when I saw Jade stirred, I was like, hey, you want to get up here and do some wife cuddles? So I didn't actually leave my bed till 11:30, but that's still a lot earlier than my usual schedule. But I had to run errands today. I had to go to the grocery store, and I had to attempt to get my glasses fixed because a few days ago I was very, very foolish, and I put my glasses in my bed instead of on my side table, and I rolled over onto them, and they didn't break, but they got bent out of shape and have been sitting very crooked on my face. So I went to an eye care place, and the guy tried his best to bend it back into place, but he told me because my frames are metal frames that, they're brittle, and if he bent it more than he did, he ran the risk of breaking them. And obviously that would be really bad, because I super need my glasses to see. So I've got slightly less malformed glasses now, but I do need to go get a new pair in the near future. So, that's now higher on my priority list than it has been. I haven't gone to an eye doctor in, 6 or 7 years, and I've been wearing the same glasses for the past 4. So, is this lore drop? Yeah, so that's the one thing that I kind of made sure to not include on my VTuber was, when I used to draw my, sonas for myself, I always always drew myself with glasses. I have worn glasses daily since I was, 11. I have pretty bad sight without my glasses. Nearsightedness. So yeah, the IRL, the bat wears glasses all the time. But back when I used to draw sonas for myself before VTubing, I always included the glasses because it felt weird to not, because it was such an intrinsic part of my visual identity. But then when I got into the VTuber design, I was like, you know what? I want the freedom to do big gothic eye makeup, and actually the Batwing lashes are kind of part of that, because that kind of design, you don't really want to hide behind a pair of glasses, so I tried to take advantage of the real estate of not having glasses in front of the eyes to do something interesting with my design. So that's kind of sort of the lore as to why I have these big old peepers. The golly jeepers, where'd you get those weepers? Peep show, creep show, where did you get those eyes? Sorry, the Susie and the Banshees overtook me. But, yeah, that's kind of why I have, the big gothic Batwing lashes, because, IRL, it's hard for me to do eye makeup. I mean, back when I used to do makeup, I had to kind of, account for the fact that it would be hidden behind my glasses. And the current glasses I wear IRL are they're a very thin metal frame, and they're pretty big.
How about this
so
one? I call it
bold and brash.
More like belongs in the trash.
But that's something that's always plagued me back when I had the energy and was doing makeup a lot more often, is that I wanted to do that big goth makeup with the pale foundation and the really, really heavy eyes, but it always looked so weird to me with the glasses on, so I couldn't really fully explore that how I wanted to. So that's kind of why my character doesn't wear glasses, except for the occasional pair of sunglasses. Maybe a future outfit will have glasses just for funsies, but yeah. Jay, welcome in. Jay, thank you again for the frogs. I'm so sorry for my delayed response in getting the frogs. I completely forgot that mail was a thing for the 5 days that I was left by myself with Jade. We just kind of forgot that mail was being delivered. But welcome in. I hope you are doing well. I saw an update on your job situation. I send you lots of hugs. Sonic Man says me and my mom arrived in New York. Well, safe travels. I'm glad to hear that you arrived well. I hope, I don't know why you're in New York, but I hope it's for fun reasons, and I hope you have a good, safe time. Whenever I wear gothic makeup, I just ditch the glasses and go blind for a while. I wish that was an option for me, but I, like, am really, really blind without my glasses. Not like, legally, but, like, it's pretty bad. Like, I was sitting there with my glasses off in the eye care place while the guy fixed my glasses, and I was like, oh, this is so uncomfortable. I feel like anyone could sneak up on me at any moment. Contacts, here's the thing. I've wanted to try contacts, but I've always avoided it because it felt like it was too expensive. I don't know how much they cost, and I don't know how much they'd be covered by insurance, but for me, like, I think, like, my parents didn't allow me to try contacts when I was younger. I specifically remember an eye doctor's appointment when I was a teenager, where they did the pressure test where they poke you in the eye with the little squishy thing, and I, like, didn't flinch, and they were like, wow, like, you handled that really well. You'd probably work great with contacts. And I always remembered that in the back of my head. I'm like, I literally got told that, like, I'd be a perfect candidate for contacts. But yeah, I think they were more expensive than getting glasses at the time. So by the time I was, like, on my own, I still didn't have a lot of money, so I still was sticking to buying glasses. I've primarily bought my glasses online for the past several years from, like, Zenny Optical and iBuy Direct. But now at this point, I'm, like, kind of afraid to try contacts because it's just, like, you know, I'd have to learn a new thing, and the idea of sticking things in my eyes does scare me a little bit. But at the same time, I would kind of like the freedom of having the ability to wear contacts at times. But the makeup thing's a non-issue because I barely leave the fucking house anymore anyway, and when I do, I don't really have the energy to put into doing makeup before I go out. So there's that. That's what my VTuber's for. I live vicariously through my VTuber, getting to have fun makeup and fun fashion. Hi, Meep. That's saying much since I practically live in glasses. Thank you for the boop. Yeah, I've been wearing glasses for so long that, like, no joke, I have these dents in my skull behind my ears from where my glasses sit. Like, that my skull grew around my glasses. Does anybody else have that? And that like worn glasses since they were young? Because I always freak people out when I like point it out and, like, they ask to touch it.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, Savernmere. Hi, Shy. You do, and also on your nose? Yeah, I don't notice it that much on the nose. I'm literally, like, touching it right now, but yeah, I guess a little bit. It does indent a little bit. It's a lot more noticeable behind my ears. But yeah, there you go. For everyone that didn't know, I'm a glasses wearer. Exciting lore drop. Do we call it a lore drop when you learn stuff about the IRL person behind the VTuber? I mean, like, me and my VTuber are basically one and the same, but there's, like, technically a couple small differences. This is a good fucking song. I originally heard the Green Day cover of this song. So wanna know. Wow, wow, wow. Jay says, quick search says about 0 to 100 per year for contacts with insurance on average, so it can be much cheaper if you aren't getting expensive frames. Also, contacts are whack. I had them for a while, but it became a difficult sensory thing more often than being convenient, so now I just get frames I actually like and will last and take somewhat okay care of them. wore glasses since I was 6 and had contacts from 8 to 17 on and off. No, you're good, Jay. No, thank you for the big drop. Yeah, so in the past 4 years, I think the current pair of glasses I'm wearing cost me maybe $30. Maybe. So you break that down to how many years these glasses have lasted me. I've had these for a little over 4 years now. That's like abysmally cheap, right? And even now, like, they're bent, but they're still completely wearable. So like I'm gonna be able to wear them still until I like find an optometrist and make the appointment and get my new prescription and choose a new pair of glasses. Like, so yeah, guys, if you are a glasses wearer and you are struggling with affordable frames, there are these 2 sites I use, and there are other sites, but these are the 2 that I've used: Zenni Optical and iBuyDirect. They both often have sales. It might be, I hate recommending people to get on email lists for stores, but those are the kind of stores that I stay on email lists for, because it's good to know when they have a big sale and you can get like a steal. But they have treated me well. I've gotten all my glasses from online since like 2016. Shy says, my glasses are on the very end of their life. No news pieces on them. Bite marks all over from the cats, and I had to file the end earpieces from the bite mark. Oh my gosh. Jay says, I could afford the ones I got, but I paid for the extra glass conditioning stuff. Yeah, and I think I paid for like a like thing that kind of like prevents like blue light glare or something, if I recall correctly. I don't know. Sage says, I always get some that are a bit pricey since they tend to last me a bit longer. Hell, if I didn't have to update my lenses, I'd be wearing the same frames. Yeah, you know, I'm feeling like I want to just change, but I have no idea what kind of frame I want to get. Because I kind of have gone through, like, all of them. My very first pair were, like, a thin oval pair. You know, actually, I kind of want to, like... Hold on. Let's find a chart. Let's find a chart, and I can draw my glasses history for y'all. Do I still have this in here? Yes, I do. Okay, this is a perfect one because it's a symmetric char. A simple symmetric char. This is kind of like our warm-up, you know, instead of going right into it, we'll have a little fun. So my very first pair of glasses when I was 12. Let's make it bigger. They were these like kind of thin ovals, and they were like a brownish coppery color. So I was like in the 6th grade, and I just kind of grabbed whatever. I don't remember this being a very serious, like, you know, we were mainly motivated by what's the cheapest, right? They weren't even that big. I would keep them as small as I had them. So that was my first pair. And I had those through middle school. Then at some point in probably like late 9th grade, I remember having the brown glasses during my 9th grade photo, but I think by 10th grade I had a new pair. I got these, like, I don't know if this is the right shade of blue, but I got these glasses where, like, they were rectangular, and on the bottom they were blue, but the top was, like, almost clear, like, to the point I would, like, just put a little bit of white there to kind of, like, imply the line. So they were, like, these bottom-heavy rectangular frames, and they were, like, a blue metallic. And I had those in, like, late 9th grade, all of 10th grade, all of 11th grade. And then I think for 12th grade, starting 12th grade, is when I got my big nerd glasses. I mean, I don't know what else to call these. Like, these are, like... Oh, I didn't turn on drawing assist. Like, the big old... The nerd glass, right? Just, like, the big, squarish, rectangular, thick black frame kind of glasses. These are a little lumpy looking, but... And that I wore for quite some time. That was, like, high school, college, and... Yeah, I think I kept these for a long time. Now, this is where my memory gets a little murky, because there was a period of time where I was buying multiple frames, even though I didn't need them, just because I could afford them and I wanted the freedom. One of my favorite pairs... Ooh, this is going to be hard without an outline. Let me find an outline. Make that black. Let's see if I can manage this. This was one of my favorite pairs I ever had. Yeah, that's good enough. I had these, like, big purple, and imagine these were, like, kind of see-through. They were, like, a little see-through. They were a very, very bright, vibrant purple, and they were, like, the cat eye glasses. And that, I had, like, black hair with those. So, I wanted to have purple hair, but I switched to black hair to try to get a job that wouldn't ignore me because I had purple hair. My goal was to get hired and then dye my hair purple, and that's what I did. So the purple glasses were kind of like to hold me over because I couldn't have purple hair at the time. So that was one of my favorite pairs around like 2017-ish. And then I got what unfortunately a lot of people call the Harry Potter glasses. We are not going to call it that. They also tried to call it the John Lennon glasses. I don't like that. They're just circle lenses. Plenty of other people in history have had circle lenses, but they were like big circle lenses, right? Like they were like that. And that's not too dissimilar from what I have now, except I don't have the perfect circle lenses anymore. Now I have, it's more like a...
Dangerously cheesy.
They're kind of like that. So that's sort of what I've got currently. Actually, they are more circular than I thought. They're not as flat as they are at the top as like I drew them. So they'd be more like that. They're like not perfect circle, but they're like pretty close. Let me catch up on chat. Melly, thank you for the Cheeto. Jay says they're already so thick on the edges with polycarb. Regular glass would be massive. Yeah, I've got thick lenses that like stick out from my frames. It's ridiculous. Sage says, speaking of updating my lenses, I should get my eyes checked. Yeah, I speaking as someone who hasn't gotten their eyes checked in like 6 or 7 years, don't be like me. Go to your doctor's appointments if you can. I have insurance. It hasn't felt like a priority issue because I've had so many other things that took up more of my time, but like I could have gone to the eye doctor at any point and I just haven't. You had brown Nickelodeon. Oh my god, I would have gone nuts for Nickelodeon brand glasses. That's too fancy schmancy. Like I wasn't allowed to have like brand name stuff like that. Sorry, Night says my first pair was a bright of red. Blah, 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 blah. Let me try that again. First pair was a pair of bright red cat eye glasses. I was making fashion statements since childhood. A red cat eye is so powerful. Cat eye glasses in general are super powerful, but like a red, especially, that's so good. Thespian, Dante, welcome in. Thank you for the Cheetos. We're talking glasses. I was talking about how I had to get my glasses fixed, and some people were shocked to learn I wear glasses. So I went and I drew a history of frames that I have worn over the years. But I don't know what kind of glasses I'm gonna get next. I don't know if I'm gonna stick like, because like this is kind of the realm I've been in with these like silver frames that are really big. They're kind of thin. They're metal, and this has like primarily been what I've worn for a while. The purple cat eye glasses were my favorite, but it's a little much to have purple cat eye glasses and purple hair. I mean, my hair's barely purple right now because I've neglected it. It needs to be re-dyed so bad. But the purple cat eyes were so much more powerful with black hair. So if I got a cat eye, I'd probably have to get a black cat eye. Which wouldn't be bad. I could go back to a cat eye glass. And here's the other thing. If I get a good enough deal online, I could possibly get 2 pairs. I think where I'm leaning right now is that I want to get one of these type of frames, maybe in a different color, maybe in a different shape. But I think a black cat eye would be nice if I can find one in like my range. You heard about the mummy covered in chocolate they found in Egypt? They think they found Ferrero Rocher. But glasses squared. When I was a kid, I had this green and orange glasses with Mikey from TNMT on the arm of the glasses. Whoa. You want to know, Rich, how you got the confidence? I mean, a lot of children have confidence, or rather they lack shame, and they lack that self-consciousness until they become like a teenager. Like, a lot of us we don't really care about how we're perceived until people start telling us we should care how we're being perceived. Like, I would say, like, I wasn't an anxious kid until I entered my teenage years. But then as a teenager, like, in late middle school, I was, like, so self-conscious. I was in color guard, and I specifically remember having a giant crying panic attack on the day of our dress rehearsal because we were doing a Pirates of the Caribbean color guard show, and we were wearing these, like, really tight, like, pirate, like, unitard things, and I was, like, one of the fat girls in the crew. Me and, like, my one friend, we were, like, the only two fat kids in, like, the whole troupe. And so I was, like, so afraid to show up, and, like, I didn't used to care about that kind of thing, but then, you know, you're, like, 12 or whatever, and that kind of stuff starts getting pushed on you. But I remember being an unhinged 11 or 12-year-old posting my horrible art on the internet but being proud of it because I didn't know any better. But then I started getting criticism from peers, and I started feeling anxious and self-conscious about my art. And you know how much damage that did to me? Because it took me years to unlearn the damage that the lack of support and the antagonism that I faced as an early artist on the internet, and it held me back as an artist. And it sucks because now I'm in my 30s and I'm looking back and I'm like, wow, I had so much free time back then. I could have been making whatever I wanted. But instead, I got made to feel like I wasn't good enough, and no one was super encouraging me, you know? So yeah, like as a kid, as a teen, like we get to be, like, uninhibited until something happens or people start treating us differently and we learn otherwise. And that's something that, you know, I've been rediscovering in my 30s, is refinding that not giving a fuck if someone is judging you, if someone thinks that your art isn't good or you're unattractive or literally anything that they could judge you for. It's just like, who fucking cares? Like, like they can mind their business. You need to be yourself at the end of the day, you know? And Ember, welcome in. But yeah, I do find myself really wanting to find that confidence that I had as a 7th grader or 8th grader on DeviantArt, posting my redrawings of Full Metal Alchemist and Naruto. And I did have people who were supportive, and that's why I was able to do it for a time, but then voices of dissent also entered, and people who had no constructive criticism and just wanted to leave mean comments, and those things add up and they stick with you, and they can shape your entire outlook on things for a while, unfortunately, if you don't have people who are there to kind of balance the scales. Which is just, like, super unfortunate, and no one deserves to go through that. Your art doesn't have to be perfect and, you know, skillful in order to matter. And people should not be shooting each other down. If someone asks for constructive criticism, you do your best to teach. But if they are posting something and they're not asking for advice, fucking keep it to yourself. You don't know who the person is behind that screen and why they're doing art and what they've been through to get to where they are. You know, their reasons for doing art, etc. It's just something I feel very, very strongly about as somebody who did experience getting put down enough that it stopped me from drawing as much as I could have been. I shouldn't say should have, but I really do wish that I had done more art back in that time and not cared what people thought. But it's only natural to care what other people think. That was a ramble barely related to the glasses conversation, but it just kind of found myself thinking about that. Anyways, I'll let you guys know when I get new glasses and what I decide on. Gotta hydrate myself. No hydrate redeems came in during that whole ramble. Alright, I'm gonna put in my like songs playlist, and if things are quiet enough, I have an urge to put on an AFI album that it is the anniversary of today and obnoxiously sing along to it. Oh, I wonder when the new Poppy album comes out. It should be soon. Albums come out on Fridays now, right? It might be coming out on Friday. Cool. Poppy was on the same tour as AFI about a year and a half ago, and I ended up listening to her more in preparation for that concert. I don't like all of her stuff, but there's some good stuff in there. Hi, Skulls. Welcome in. How you doing? Being cheeky and lurking while in a collab. Well, enjoy your collab. I hope you're having fun. I appreciate the lurk. Tell me why does everybody wanna be a Tell me, why does everybody wanna be a star? We're gonna go without the sides of the nose for now. It is weird figuring out noses on emotes when almost all the bases have no nose and trying to figure out if it's worth adding a nose or not. Tell me, why does everybody wanna be a star? Why does everybody wanna be a star? What does it mean to have purpose? Asking chiefs those who really are worth it. In the end, when the earth draws the curtain, what do you see now? Illusion plunder, lightning thunder. It's useless, so that's why I wonder. Wanna be somebody. Tell me, why does everybody wanna be a star? Why does everybody wanna be a star? Why does everybody? Shies have just finished cleaning up the glasses, even if they're damaged. Well, congrats. And the one thing that bothered me, so like the guy that I went to fix my help or attempt to fix my glasses today, he did it for free, which is great. I even asked him, well, I asked him if I owed him anything, and he said no, just a pretty smile. And I'm like, I gave him the best smile I could. I was just like, man, that's a kind of weird thing to say, dude, but okay. But he handed my glasses back with so many smudges on the one lens. I'm like, man, you couldn't give that a little wipe? Like, you work at an optometry, like, or I guess I don't think it's an optometrist. I think they're just a glasses seller, but like, come on, dude, you didn't have a wipe sitting around somewhere? Sometimes I'll suddenly I slowly lose myself over and over. Take comfort in my skin endlessly. Forever and ever. Dust. I'm in heaven. Did anyone ever play that fighting game Injustice Gods Among Us, the DC fighting game from like 2012 or so? This was like the end credits song, And at the time, I hadn't really heard a lot of Depeche Mode outside of, like, Enjoy the Silence and Personal Jesus. And this song was, like, so fucking cool. So before I got into my big Depeche Mode craze, this was one of the not as popular Depeche Mode songs I ended up knowing. I guess the thumb wouldn't be visible. Okay. I guess it'll look better once I have the inner lines colored. Oh yeah, that's also not going to be green. That's going to be black, so it's barely going to be visible anyway. Welp. Alright, I think it's quiet enough in here that I can put on a karaoke album. Which is to say, if you're not into that, this is your chance to run. But it's the 9th anniversary of AFI's Blood album, which I adore, so we're gonna listen to it. I wanted to take you from those roads to feel the cold, undressing the blessings. Feels like my afterlife, my afterlife. I go on, yet on that night I went down with the lights somehow. Over and over I go on. They carried me out when the lights went out. Over, I'm over. I wanted to keep you, but I was told you'd grown too old for someone who stayed young by bleeding like my afterlife. It's black and cold. I go on, yet on the night I went out with the lights somehow. Over and over I go on. They carried me out when the lights went out. Over, I'm over. Oh, light somehow over and over the wall. They carried me out when the lights went out. Over, I'm over. Hi, Vola. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Fake Rado? Hi, Ivy. How was stream? I peeked in. I didn't have time to say hello, but I peeked in to see what you were working on. So I saw a little bit of what you were drawing. But I hope you had a good time. Oh, your internet went out before you could read. Well, I'm so glad you're here anyway. I'm sorry that you had internet issues. Just relaxing on a day off before you work out. Nice. I hope Volathon's been going well. It's in the dark. It's in your photo that keeps falling from the wall. Tell me it's better. Way up there. I need you. I need you. I need you. So tell me, does it feel the same after healing fame and all the strange behavior? Does it make it worse? They mispronounce the hurt. I feel so strange. I'm still a stranger. This is legit turned into one of my favorite AFI songs. And, like, to be fair, the list of my favorite AFI songs is pretty endless, but this one really, like, this is on my I need to see this performed live before I die list. So, that's big. Getting close to the next goal? Hell yeah. Well, there was an auto shout out already, but for those of you in chat who aren't following Volasaurus, I highly recommend their streams. They're very fun. They also do Jason Funderburker voice, if that's a selling point for you. For you Funder freaks out there. I know you're out there somewhere. But Vola's on a partner push and is also doing a big what is called Volathon. And there's lots of goodies to be had. You're a corrupt knight and a girl doing what's Cabadon? I don't know what a Cabadon is. Hi Astra. I hope you're doing well. Oh, there was a Gorgeist and I missed it. That's fine. I already have a Gorgeist. Chill out, Char. After healing fame and all the strange behavior, doesn't make it worse. They mispronounce the hurt. I feel so strange. I'm still a stranger. I'm still a stranger. I'm still a stranger. Okay, that's good enough. Can we flip it and reverse it? Now here's a song from this album that I did not like at first because I found the lyrics to be like simplistic and I didn't like the chorus. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I can admit that sometimes when I listen to a new AFI album, there are songs that I don't immediately jive with and it like sends me into a mild panic. I'm like, oh no, like is it finally happening? Am I no longer like a true fan? But then like I give it a few more listens and it grows on me. I'm like, oh never mind, I was just stupid and wrong. Wife. Hello. What form do you want to be tonight?
Oh.
Sanic, koala, we're still rocking Sanic. All right. Yeah. I hold on. All right, I'm putting you off screen, and then zoom, 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 zoom.
Anybody in call with you?
No. Okay. No, I'm fending them all off because I'm singing AFI. No, it's a little quieter tonight, so I mean I'm in a call, but so people can drop in, but yeah.
I just more meant, am I popping in there?
No, I'll let you know. I mean, you'll know.
What's up, party people? It's cold back here.
Sanic with broken swollen leg. I don't know why the leg ended up as big as it did. I think what happened was I was freehanding it because I wanted it to look shitty. And I think I drew that leg, like, too short before. And then I took it and I, like, just resized it. But it's fine. It's good. It makes it even shittier.
It's not big. It's perspective.
Yeah.
It's more front facing.
Dangerously cheesy.
Can you see a night? We can see a night. And we're barking in the wrong key. Alright, a cabadon is like a wall slam you do to someone or oh okay. Alright. I didn't know that there was a specific name for that. I got the gist. I know the concept. I just didn't know the vocabulary. Wow, adorable. So cute.
Can't just say that.
Just sing along. The barking in the wrong key and just sing along. You know what really sold me in this song was the acoustic mini performance. It was like 75% of the song. They cut it off a little early, but or did they? No, they did get to the final chorus. Oh yeah, the intro was a little clipped. But they did an acoustic performance of that on a YouTube interview, and oh, it was so good. I need them to do more acoustic sets. I'll scratch a mystery. Just please continue on with your crime. It's not that I don't mind, or if you prefer, I'll pen a murder to pass your time, your empty time. I left a little something on the altar for you. So poorly I've hidden knives, you will find them. You will find them. I've hidden knives, so poorly I've hidden knives, you will find them. You'll find them. And we'll put pen to page. There is no mystery in my cadence. I've been the end over smarter lines, but we both prefer romantic murder to erase time in my empty life. I left a little something on the table for you. Hydrate time. Thank you, Primey. You will find them. I hidden knives, so poorly I hidden knives. You will find them. You'll find them. And we'll put pen to page. Oh, you know me well. 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 Well enough to find. Oh, you know me well. Surely sharpened knives. I left a little something on the table for you. So poorly I've hidden knives, you will find them. You will find them. My hidden knives, so poorly I've hidden knives, you will find them. You'll find them. And we'll put pen to page. I saw someone on the AFI Discord talking about the tracklist order for this album, and they said that Hidden Knives should be the closer, and I so disagree with that. That does not sound like a closer of a song. Words unspoken, we're broken down and take that defective heart apart. Out of the light of final showing, we're closing down and to get that faulty heart to start. Follow me down the road, promising. I miss Sonic games where you played as multiple characters. Were there a lot of those? I don't really know Sonic games. I've mentioned this. I've only ever played Sonic Heroes. That's not blood, that's chili. Or is it? Dun dun dun.
It's both. Or neither.
Yeah, she threw hands and then she ate a chili dog. It's a mix.
Just like real life.
You're in the world of words unspoken, broken down, and to get that faulty heart to start. Into the cells of empty movement, we're losing every faint sense of who we were. We are. Follow me to this room. Promise me we'll keep your eyes closed. I can't let you see. I can't let you see. I can't let you see me sleeping. Now, see, this is one of my least favorites on the album, which isn't to say it's not a bad song by any means. But the other day, I did a quiz where I tried to name as many AFI songs from pure memory as I could, and this was the one song off a Blood album I could not remember the name of. I knew exactly what song it was. I could sing the chorus in my head, but because the title is not spoken in the lyrics, I could not remember the title of it. So, there you go. And this one, it is a problem. Like, I don't like the chorus lyrically, but the next song is actually my least favorite on the album, which, again, it's not a bad song. It actually has really good, like, Cure-inspired instrumentals, but I just take issue with a little bit of it. But then it's, like, banger after banger after that. Like, the run from, like, So Beneath You through She Speaks the Language, and even Wind That Carries Me Away. Like, I'm not as obsessed with Wind That Carries Me Away that other people are. Not that anyone here knows what I'm talking about, but it's still a really good song, and it is a great closer, and I disagree with people who said that it shouldn't have been the closer. I think it was great as a closer. Alright, anyways, ad break has started. I'm trying to get to a good stopping point, because I do need to go stretch my legs, so I'll see you guys in a few. Welcome back from ad break. Scree. This is my new strat, is I'm charging my pen on every ad break to keep it healthy.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi Nakoto, thank you for the Cheeto, welcome in. How we doing tonight? Pretty good. Had pizza for dinner, just some store-bought pizza. Had some coffee earlier, and hopefully getting some work done. That I can stay here and watch them vilify my blood. I don't believe that you're with me. It's so beneath you
Dangerously cheesy.
up. Hi Grender, thank you for the Cheeto. Welcome in. I hope y'all are doing alright. Strike me down. Oh, you've got nothing, there is none higher than this blood. And I won't serve anyone. Oh, there is nothing above. And I don't serve anyone. There's nothing above. Access to the main from removes the Thunderbreaker redeem. Damn! I didn't know you were so team anti-Thunderbreaker. There's gonna be a Thunderbreaker war this year. I can just feel it. I don't know what that means, but something's on the horizon. I won't kneel. I won't bow. No one's there to strike me down, except the faithful, there is none higher than this blood. And I won't serve anyone. No, there is nothing above. And I don't serve anyone. Bless you.
Thank you.
I don't believe that I can stay here and watch them vilify my blood. I don't believe that I can stay here and watch them vilify your love. My love. I won't kneel. I won't bow. If you're there, God, strike me down, you won't. Higher than this blood. And I don't serve anyone. No, there is nothing above. And I don't serve anyone. There's nothing above. I don't know what that means, but I'm scared nonetheless. Hey, I don't either, but I guess we'll find out. We'll find out together. I don't know, I just kind of feel like I'm gonna do a stream at some point where it's either all Thunderbreaker or like people vote to take Thunderbreaker off or something, and there's gonna be a war between the Thunder freaks and the anti-Funders, you know?
The fundamentalists.
Yeah. The fundamentalist.
Yeah.
Grunder says, I already got bingo on the new bingo board, and Alex says, you're nice, congrats. Hi, Junie, I love you, Junie. Tell that you I love you. For you another night, dressed in Himalayan white. I'll wait for you some other night. Dressed in Himalayan white. Am I allowed too much? I'm proud too much. You wanted me in the sense. Or on my back you said, I am not red enough and bad enough. I've given up on romance. I've nothing left for love. I am here. I'll wait for you another night. Dressed in Himalayan white. I'll wait for you some other night. Dressed in Himalayan white. Who's to say when the cat's away? What they say, we won't come back. Who's to say when the cat's away? What they say, we won't come back. Who's to say when we cat's away? What me say, what I say, I won't say. I'll wait for you some other night. Dressed in Himalayan white. I'll wait for you some other night. Dressed in Himalayan white. I'll wait for you. I wish we were in a timeline where this song had gotten big. Because it's so fucking catchy. It's so fun to sing. Like, I feel like the people who liked, like, Love Like Winter era AFI should have been into this song. And it should have, like, gotten radio play. Like, this album did have, like, everything that an AFI fan up to that point could want. Like, White Offerings people called, like, a Sing the Sorrow song. There's a lot here that sounds like bits and pieces of previous AFI eras. And I feel like this album got, like, really overlooked. I think their management was not pushing them well at that time, so they were not as supported. Kept my fresh and face for me and show. Let's play. Time to stone. Like you play with broken bones, and now finally you can see me. Up until the day you crack the fountain, I never found my friend in the way. Oh, and up until the day you gave me the water, you kept that average fresh for me and show. Oh, let's play. Time to stone. Like you play with broken bones, and now finally you can see me turn to stone. We got Switch to Wipe 10 pack. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Getting funky with it.
When it said I'll wait for you, I thought of Sonic Underground. So much Sonic has been coming up. Granted, I do have Sonic Jade on screen. That's so funny. I've never heard someone tell me an AFI song reminded them of Sonic. Like you play with broken bones, and now finally you can see me. Were we only playing like dumb kids? Dumb kids. Were we only playing like dumb kids? Dumb kids, dumb kids. Then again, I was just listening to the theme song. That would do it. Thank you for the head pat, Rad. Not addicted to night, afraid of the morning. I awake and feel like someone is here, but I'm laying right out. I'm darker and darker. When my skin peels away, roses appear, and I'll turn over. Find me in the corner of the round room. It's just I stopped making that show. Oh, that wasn't a game. That was the name of the cartoon? Okay. I'm not familiar with Sonic shows either. Without sight, I will never find you and how you blind. I know the reason. I can't stop touching my eyes. Oh, oh, oh. I'm a light in the night and war in the morning. I retreat into the dark. Someone is near. You can let me ride out with the right kind of flower. When my senses slip away, lilies appear. In the high house you find me, staring at the end again, enraptured. Oh, beauty, how you blind. Give me a reason. Without sight, I will never find you and how you blind. I know the reason. I can't stop. Make my tongue go numb. Chew from beneath my nails. Put your petals in my mouth. Beauty, how you blind. Give me a reason. Without sight, I will never find you and how you blind. I know the reason. I can't stop touching my eyes. And there it is, my favorite song on the album, and probably one of my top 5 AFI songs. Not the one that just played, the one that just started. Oh, we're getting a raid. Hi, Carnelian. Trixie T, hello, welcome in. Here for your ankles, am I? Welcome in, guys. If it is your first time here, my name is Trashbat Char. My pronouns are they, them. I am primarily an art streamer, and tonight we are, in fact, working on art. I'm working on some emote commissions for my friend Amari. What were y'all up to? Let me see. Sunhaven. I need to get back to playing that. I haven't played much of it, but it seems cute. But I hope you guys had a great stream. Trixie, if you do need a raid and run, raid and lurk, whatever you need to do to take care of yourself, please do. But thanks so much for sending your crew over this way, and I hope you're doing well. Always love seeing your art. Thank you, Voxel. In the golden mirror, watch every word you say, shatter and find. Sorry, I'm distracted. One of my favorite songs is playing. I can zoom out and show you guys all the emotes. These are not shaded fully. I need to go in and primarily add some shading in, like some highlights in the hair, just to help make things pop a little bit more. but we're doing a set of 10 to match the ones that I previously did for Amari. And this is a character I also designed, so when I get to complain about how complicated it is, it's all my fault. I made the design this complicated. In your image, like an actress lying to protect her age, dust on winds, dying flowers, we shall not return again. Here in the golden mirror, watch every word you say, shatter and find a way to cut like golden days. Watching as I fade, fading as I'm watching every word I say. Loving how I fade, fading like a flower, knowing not the rain. Cornelian says, getting ready to put in that final payment for the commission in March-ish, getting side work next week and can finish that. Yeah, take your time. I mean, I was not going to reach out to you till it was closer in the queue, which would have been next month. So if you need a little more time, absolutely no worries. I can get started on the sketch phase once it's your turn in the queue. I think I mentioned that to you already. I can get as far as the sketch phase with the partial payment. But yeah, definitely, we'll be in touch. I haven't forgotten about you either. But do not worry. Here in the golden mirror, watch every word you say, shatter and find a way to cut like golden days. Watching as I fade, fading as I'm watching every word I say. Loving how I fade, fading like a flower, knowing not the rain. Here in the golden mirror, watch every word you say, shatter and find a way to cut like golden days. No worries, just want to let you know, yeah! Thank you for the update. It's just going to be a fun time when we get that project started. I like doing ref sheets. If I were only here, I'd try to get you. Paper plus I made, oh, everyone takes flight, never to return again. White offerings, oh, all I bring. Welcome to White Room, white offerings, oh, all I bring. I welcome you, I offer you this white room. I try to get you. Paper beds are free and you'd set fire to my sky. All that I will offer you. Oh, we got another Switch to Wife 10 pack. Thank you. Oh wait, 11. Thank you, Shy. Mwah, 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 mwah. Wow. And a hello from Peaches. I'm sorry I missed that 4 minutes ago, but if you're out there, hi Wimsky. I hope you're doing good. Grunder says, it was a show where Dr. Robotnik took Sonic and his siblings' mother, and their mother was a queen making Sonic, Manic, and Sonia Royalty. They became a band. They stopped the show at 40 episodes because of low popularity and viewership. They planned to make 65 episodes. That's so sad when they cancel it before the plans are finished. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Oh, and the hydrate and stretch. You know, I was just thinking about how I could hydrate. That I could use a good hydrate. Oh, broke the tracking on that one. Alright, let me get the new water bottle cracked open. You know, I'm gonna take a small extra sip. Alright, double hydrate. Let's get a good stretch. I couldn't use a good stretch. I had to a lot of lifting groceries today. Your Tamagotchi instincts kicked in. Thank you! Your Tamagotchi instincts were correct. I needed all that. I offer you this white room. Oh man, this album's already over almost. It has 2 more songs left. I don't want it to end yet. Time for 5 more albums at least. We could easily fit 5 more albums on this stream. This is just the one I'm listening to because it's its 9th birthday today. And I'm a nerd and I like to listen to the AFI albums on their anniversaries if I can. I don't always remember, but when I do, I can. Or when I can, I do. There we go. To the controlling fragile child. So we reach the consequence. It's voluntary like a smile. I see quakes now. I know this must be love now. I know. Now I know this must be love. Now I know this must be love. This must be love. When you dare me to feel, when I made that appeal to the incorrigible child. Pitch black and silken like your smile. He's silent. I know this must be love now. I know. Oh, now I know this must be love now. I know. Little drops upon my cuffs. Let me know this must be love. Red, red drops upon my cuffs. Let me know this must be love. Now I know this must be. This must be love. This must be love. Now I know. Now I know this. This must be love. Now I know. Okay, gonna flip that. Let me know this must be love. Red, red drops upon my cuffs. Let me know this must be love. Now I know this must be. Alright, that's looking okay. Oh, the dewy hearts.
Dangerously cheesy.
Turn the dust to diamonds. And here we finally part. Hi Zero, thank you for the Cheeto. I hope you are doing well.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi Laser, it's good to see you. The reverse card, of course. Everyone's got to have an Uno reverse card on hand. And the wind carried me out, carries me away, carries me away. Laser, have you been playing the new Animal Crossing update? I have not gotten a chance to play it, but I'd love to hear what you think if you have gotten your hands on it. If I can find time this week, I would love to do a stream, but I'm a little behind on work, so it's going to depend on how productive I am art-wise. So I want to do at least 3 art streams this week. And I already took last night off, so having a little bit of a slow start to the week. And the wind brought me down, cannot stay. Oh, and the wind that carried me out, carries me away, carries me, and the blood runs further into blind eyes. Oh, and the blood runs faster than we can. Oh. There's good stuff. Should I explain things or do you want to go spoiler free? I personally don't super care about spoilers. I mean, I watched the presentation about the update, so I know general things about like the hotel and the whatever they're called, the Dream Islands, the thing where you can go into co-op with friends. I don't really know too many specifics about like quality of life stuff. I mean, I think you can craft multiple things now at a time, which is great if so. But I guess if anyone in chat cares about Animal Crossing spoilers, speak up. But if not, like, I'd be happy to hear more. Shai says having a sneezing fit. I've noticed since I've taken the meds that Doc gave me, they were not as painful. Well, that's improvement. I'm sorry about your allergy struggles. My ears begin to ring, making the ring in the new sound anxiously. You can craft using materials from storage as long as you're on your home island. Nice, nice. That is another great quality of life thing. Taking my fatal flight, flying obscenely into the light. To bring down punishment, punish us only in God's will. Swing the serenade, swing love down and find the saddest song that you swing the promises. Swing love now. Are these all in a folder? Okay, these are on a folder, so we can flip this. I found it finally. Press L to jump, kind of? Oh? You can jump now? I really hope the meds work for you, Shy. Fingers crossed. On the side of sun. Swinging now will you watch me? Swinging now will you watch me? Turn it down, drown it slowly. Yes, it on it's listening. Swinging now will you watch me? Swinging now will you watch me? Turn it down, drown it slowly. Is it off? I'm still listening. Swing low down and find the saddest song. Oh, I forgot to color in that over here. You don't really jump a far distance. It only snaps you to the nearest grid square. Oh, yeah, the sidestep. Yeah. I did see the sidestep thing. Hi, Iona. Welcome in, cutie.
Iona's cute.
You heard that. You heard it here, folks. You can trust Slimy Jade.
Assuming they heard that. Maybe they didn't, because I'm secret.
Chai says, waiting for the allergy doctor to contact me so I can get a retest of those soon. Hopefully a new inhaler, since my doctor told me I probably got a defective one last time. Oh yeah, I really hope the new one does it for you. Okay, this is doing shuffle. What do I want to do? Let's put on the synth playlist and see what happens. Smooch to wife 11. Mwah, 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 mwah. Now see, I might have to change the color of the card and make the card like an ombre. Oh, that wouldn't make sense, would it? But also, who cares? Because a green card is going to blend in with the green hair. Yeah, I think the card is actually brighter than the hair right now. Alright, I'm going to turn the color correction layer off, and then we'll put the hair color in and then decide what to do from there. Oh, now this is the part I'm struggling with. So, if I turn off this layer, and it's a mess, of course. Let's see, I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to turn this on. That's where that would go. And then this would be like over here. Okay, so the lines are going to be here. And what that's going to do is I have the green hair in front of the black hair that is, there's just a triangle of it barely visible there, but that's technically the hair in a bun behind the green bangs. Oh, and I didn't do the scars on the chest. Bless you.
Thank you.
Jade does have a cute sneeze.
Wow.
Alright, yeah, the green is, not sure if that's gonna be the best color for this.
Dangerously cheesy.
I mean, if it's like really bright like this, then maybe, but then I need to darken the arrows here. Which thankfully curves should be able to take care of that. Okay, I think that's alright. I'm not on the outside, but if you give me time, then I can make time for your love. I'm not on the outside, but if you see inside, inside, inside. Come unwrap me, come unwrap me. Alright, maybe if I do... Well, I don't want it to do it on the white parts. How is Cute Char and Pretty Jade? Well, I can't answer for Pretty Jade. I'll let her answer. But I am okay.
I'm also okay.
Wow.
I'm just a little creature.
Alright, I think that works. Gives it a little bit of contrast. So candy, yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's see, let's get the eye makeup in here next. Come on and lie with me, come on and lie to me, tell me you love me, say I'm the only one. Lie with me, come on and lie to me, tell me you love me, say I'm the only one. Experiences a lasting impression, all unspoken, don't mean a lot now. Life is the way of the innocent. When I say innocent, I should say naive. lie to me, but to real sincerity. Make me listen just for a minute. Make me think there's some true finish. Like me, like me, so slowly, what we need. What's lost its meaning? Things become merely half true. Lie to me. Make me think that at the end of the day, some great reward will be coming my way. God, I'm an obnoxious creature.
What do you mean?
I mean what I said. What would it look like if I did the sparkle as the eye shine? What folder would that be in? There it is. You do need to listen to Depeche Mode more. Depeche Mode more. Depeche more. I agree.
I love Depeche more.
My favorite run of their music spans from Construction Time Again through Songs of Faith and Devotion. Their first two albums are fine, but there's a lot of stuff to sift through to get to the good songs. But Construction Time Again is an album that, like, front to back is, like, I always come back to it. Their best, like, masterpiece albums are Music for the Masses and Violator. Absolutely. Violator's, like, a 100 out of 100 album. I also have a big space in my heart for the album Black Celebration, which came before those two. But yeah, basically their run in the 80s from their third album on to, like, the early 90s with their original line. Well, not original lineup, original, because Vince Clarke was only in the band for one album. My favorite song from them is To Have and To Hold. Yeah, that's on Music for the Masses. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that that's the one you know. That it's sampled in Fallout. Okay. Eunice says I need to try to get into goth music, so I'm not a poser. I can help you. I can give you recs. I'd be happy to give you goth music recs. I listen to quite a lot of it, both classic and modern. I want some. I set my sets on you like no one else would do, and I've got to have my way now, baby. All I know is that to me you look like you're lots of fun. Open up your loving arms, watch out, here I come. Like a record, baby, right round, round, round. If you don't like this song, I have questions. The album I listened to, supposedly, Mikhail Ackerfeld was the vocalist because their original one blew out his vocal cords. Oh, Catatonian. I'm not familiar with this one. I've never heard of them off the top of my head. That's me. You look like you lots of fun. Open up your loving arms. Watch out, here I come. They're a death doom metal band. A lot of death doom was influenced by gothic rock. That makes sense. I enjoy some nice slow doom music now and then. I don't really listen to like death metal much, but I do like some 80s metal, and especially with doom influence.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, Redria. Thank you for the Cheeto. I hope you're having a nice night. Yuna says, I think Tiamat and My Dying Bride were two really big ones. More names I'm not familiar with. A lot of the stuff I'm familiar with is like, I mean, surface level, you know, Susie and the Banshees, The Cure, Bauhaus, Sisters of Mercy, those are all like the first names that come up when you talk about like the early goth acts. You'll also hear The Mission, The Chameleons, The Damned. I'd have to really be looking at a list to not gloss over a bunch. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you sleep well when you get there. See, so this is the beginning of the Depeche Mode that is my favorite era. This is their third album. I think it came out in 1983. This one isn't really gothy yet. They don't really get dark until, I would say, a couple songs on the next album. The, oh my god, what was it called? Some Great Reward. But I love Construction Time Again. It's so fun. Something went wrong along the way. Everybody's waiting for Judgment Day. Alright, I think I missed a message up here. One thing about the update that some people complained about is hotel tourists walking around your island. Some people like it, some people had issues with it. So I guess the question is, do you have any choice in the hotel visitors walking around? I saw one post about that, and it was specifically someone who forced them to wear rainbow t-shirts that said tourists on them so that they could tell them apart from their own villagers. And I do think it's fun, the idea of dressing up your hotel visitors in like a uniform. Other people have mentioned, like, oh, I have an aesthetic island, but I dress them up as, like, witches so they still fit my theme. And I think that's fun, too. But if, like, there's no way to opt out of it, I understand why
Do it just a little bit better at Wawa.
I went to Wawa today. How'd you know? Okay, we got the hair, we got the ear, is the patchwork going to be visible? It probably will be. Jade did not go, but I brought her back snacks. Something went wrong along the way. Everybody's waiting for Judgment Day. Yeah, I was out with the mother-in-law doing errands. So I got Wawa on the way back for all of my services of heavy lifting and also paying for certain things. That's a way to do it, but the villagers are totally random. Basically, if you have, say, an all-cat island, you might end up with a dog walking around your island, and there's multiple hotel guests every day. Yeah, that was kind of one of the contexts I was seeing in other, because I know there is a lot of people who have, like, a all X species island. But I feel like that's probably few and far between of a situation, but it would be kind of annoying if they don't have an option to, like, close your hotel if you don't want to participate in that. Trying to get a good view of the area that I'm drawing. Okay, so this part isn't usually visible, so I can just wing it. Okay, I think all the non-shading stuff is in place. Let me get a sip of water. Haha, no sledge. Oh, damn, my tracking phone has not been charging, even though I have it plugged in.
That's so not sledge of it.
Yeah. Did that fix it? No, shoot. Well, that's a problem. Okay, I think it's working now. Oh, what a pain. And now I'm gonna have to get up in 90 seconds anyway, so I can't really get set back up. You know, yeah, I'm just gonna hit the BRB now because it's pointless for me to put on my drawing glove for 1 minute. So it's almost break time. Ads are coming. Great time if you need to get hydrated or anything. I'll be back in a few minutes. Scree, welcome back. There we go. Let's see if I can pick up the pace and get this one drawn a little bit faster. Pin the thumb to your nose, on circles, no clouds. In the game of love, like a poem said by a lady in red, in the last few words of your life. With a haunting dance, now you're both in a trance. It's time to cast your spell on the night. In a tongue she said, "Death of love tonight." She rode on the west side, as dust was, watch it burn. Only in your heart tonight, in the magic burn, the dark moonlight. Like a poem said by a lady in red, you hear the last few words of your life. With a haunting dance, now you're both in a trance. It's time to cast your spell on the night. In a tongue she said, "Death of love tonight." boy, won't you dance with me tonight? Everything's spinning when I look in your eyes. You know it's hard for me to let you be my love. You know it's hard for me to let you be my love.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi Mac, thank you for the Cheeto. Good evening, I hope you are doing well. No way in, no way in. Looking for the answer. No way out, no way in. Looking from the outside. Outside in. New romance never gets old. Like every song you've never heard. like every book you've read. I'm up in Washington. Doing good yourself? I'm doing good as well. Glad to hear it from you. But could use some paint. Some space. I think we could do better. Nope, not what I wanted. Thank you for the booth. Outside in, new romance never gets old. Like every song you've never heard, like every book you've read. I'm up and watches turn the page. New romance never gets old. Like every song you've never heard, like every book you've read. I'm up and watch us turn. Alright, we're gonna redraw this because this is not working. Alright, so now I need to thicken these ones on this side. Oh, I'm shrimping. Okay, there we go.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, Global Roseblood. Welcome in. Thank you for throwing your daily Cheeto. I've appeared. That means my body decided to wake me up at an ungodly time. Well, welcome to the land of the conscious. I hope that things are well. Oh. Okay, well that's a new thing I just learned. Advanced mesh. Things are things. That is understandable.
Dangerously cheesy.
Hi, Nexus. I am a bat. The rumors are true. Already feeling tired again, so I'm gonna be in the shadow. Well, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for stopping by even for a moment. I appreciate it. And I hope that you can get some good rest. Alright, let's go find a good example of the nose. Maybe this one would work. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I was really close to spilling water on myself just now. That was very close. Okay, alright. Pretty good there. Put that on that layer. And I think this is just about ready for flat colors, except for, you know, the line on the face. Thank you for the head pat, thank you for the boop. Just casually almost missing your mouth is funny. Oh, right back at you, Yona. Alright, we're gonna put that as a reference layer. Okay, these are in the middle of the canvas for some reason. What size is this canvas? Is this 1000 by 1000? It is, okay. Don't know why they're in the middle of the canvas like that, but that's okay. Let's see how this works. Yeah! Oh, we love when the color fill tool actually works. Alright, let's not do the buns on the same layer. Because I keep doing that and then I run into issues. How are things? How is the arting good? I hope it's arting good. I'm trying my best. I have lost a few days of work in the past week due to chronic illness, so I'm trying to, you know, mosey on and get progress done on these. So I have 10 emotes I'm trying to complete, and right now 9 of them are ready for shading, which is not super intensive. It's mainly just adding the hair highlight and a little bit of shadow on like the underneath of the face. So we have one more that I'm doing the line art and flat colors for, and then we'll be starting the shading process. So I might be able to finish these in the next like day or two. Probably not tonight, that'd probably be asking too much, but we can see how far we get. So yeah, I'm not as far along in my queue as I would like to be, but health is a pain in the butt. Oh, I'm gonna have to draw a line here. Here, let me do it on a separate layer so it's connected. Do you need to head off to bed? Yeah, alright.
Trotter, bird, and horse.
Thank you, thank you.
Bird and horse.
Bird and horse, one of my favorites. Trotter, such a good Monster High doll.
Iconic.
Everyone who doesn't like the hybrids is so wrong.
Yeah.
But Laser, I hope you get some good sleep. Thanks for stopping by as always. And thanks for sharing a little bit of info about the Animal Crossing update. I really do hope to get a stream in the near future. I don't know if it's going to be this week. Depends on how diligent of a bat I can be with getting caught up on my queue here.
Dangerously cheesy.
But I would love to do some Animal Crossing with y'all. Metal, thank you for the Cheeto. Smooch the wife. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well. I think you're probably over with Alex's crew. I hope y'all are having fun. Nexus says, I wish I had the money to calm you. I love the way you make emotes. Maybe eventually. Oh, well, just the thought that you would consider me out of the literal thousands upon thousands of emote artists out there, like, that does mean a lot. Because a lot of us, we use the same bases, but, you know, what we do with it ends up being a little different. So, it is cool when people tell me that they want specifically mine. I'm like, aw, shucks.
Because you're great.
Metal says, I don't want to jinx myself, but I'm decent. Hey, we'll take that. One day at a time. If you have one decent day, that is still improvement. That's still a blip of the graph going up instead of down. We take those. But I am doing okay today. I've been up since 9, which is fucking weird for me. If you guys don't know, my usual time that I wake up is between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. So, waking up at 9 because I went to bed at 3 a.m. And that was after taking a, 4-hour nap in the evening the night before. So, like, it was enough sleep. But, like, I ate lunch at noon. I left the house at 1. I came back with groceries and food at, like, 4. I drank a coffee, and, like, I'm fine right now. Great. Ayako Sato! Hello, hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everybody! How are you? How was the art? Thank you, Metal. Thank you. If it is anybody's first time here, my name is TrashBatChar. My pronouns are they, them. I am primarily an art streamer, and tonight is in fact an art night. I'm currently working on some emote commissions for my friend Amari, whose character I actually designed. So, you can see a lot of them are here. I'm doing a batch of 10. I did some previous ones. And most of them are ready for shading. I'm working on one more that needs the flat colors in place, and then we're going to go and we're going to shade them all one by one. But welcome in. I hope the art went well for you. Do you have any art tax you would like to pay? I would love to see if so. If not, no pressure, no worries. If it's work in progress or you need to get going, whatever. And of course, if you do need a raid and run or raid and lurk, please take care of yourself first and foremost. I know you ended your stream for one reason or another. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. You can drop a link to like a JPEG or a PNG in chat if you have like a Discord link or something. Or if you have it on like Blue Sky, that's also cool. Whatever works for you. Okay, gonna bring this over for reference. I had the wrong emote as my reference. There we go. My thing when working on emotes is I want everything to be as consistent as humanly possible. So I go through and I sketch them all in one batch first, and then I do the lines and flats all in one batch, and then I do the shading in one batch, and I literally go like document to documents, like hair highlight. Okay, done. Next document, hair highlight. And like I do it like one piece at a time to make sure everything's like the same like color and opacity and everything. Can you send on Discord an animated emote? Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to pull it up on stream, but I can at least look at it myself. In DMs or in a server. I don't know if you're in my server, but if you want to DM it, that's fine. I'm TrashBatChar on everywhere. Whatever works for you. Hey, it's Gage! Hi, Gage! How you doing? Mostly awake. How are you? I'm surprisingly decent right now. I was just saying, I woke up at 9 a.m. today, which is really, really weird for me, because I have gremlin hours usually, but I went to bed, I went to bed at, like, a mostly regular time last night, because I was, like, beat, and I woke up at a human time. Don't know what that's all about, but, I had coffee, I ran errands, pretty full food-wise, so, like, things went well today. And I'm happy to be back in the art saddle because I kind of had some chronic illness struggles last week, so I missed some work. So I'm trying to get like caught up here. But the emotes are almost ready for shading, so that's cool. Ayako, I'm accepting your friend request, so you'll be able to send it in just a sec here. Glad you're having a good day. Me too! I wasn't sure, because when I heard that I was going to have to go out at 1 p.m. today, like, I looked at my sleep schedule, I was like, oh man, that's going to be rough. But thankfully, I got actually tired last night, and I was like, you know what, I'm capitalizing on this, I'm shutting off all my devices, I'm just going to sleep. It was like 2:45, I'm like, I'm done. And it worked out. I had to go to a eyeglasses place because I accidentally sat on my glasses the other day and they were bent out of shape. They weren't able to 100% fix it, but they got it less crooked than it was. And frankly, I need new glasses, so this is just going to be the fire to light under my ass to finally schedule with an optometrist and get a updated prescription. And went to the grocery store and stuff, so yippee. Sit on the shores of Ithaca. Sit on the shores of Ithaca. There I am, Gary. There I am. You know it. Alright, I am looking at these animated emotes. These are precious. Oh my god. I see the vision. Actually, no, they just synced up for me. I see the vision. I see it. Oh, that's so cute. That is so, so cute. Let me click on this link that you shared as well. Alright, now this I should be able to pull up on stream. Capture Windows, Firefox. Look at that! Worm on a string. That is beautiful.
Oh, I love that.
That is absolutely gorgeous. You do worm. I'm keeping this in mind.
Worms.
Do you have a link to the place where you sell your worms? I would love to I would love to see. I would love to know. On VGen? Please feel free to drop your VGen link in chat. I demand it, in fact. The people need worms. Don't you know? Yeah, there it is. Alright, guys, if you like that worm, click on that link. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna click on that link so I have it to look at later. Wahahaha. Well, thank you for paying art tax. I appreciate it. Making progress as fast as I can. Okay, we got, that's the bun. That one's barely visible. Let's see, gotta get the horn on its own layer. Yeah, it can be on the layer with the choker. They're far enough apart. Alright, and this is gonna be in the eye layer. This album is so good. Alright, let's see. Is there anything on that layer? No, so we can do the piercings. Kaisi says, Char, I hope you're doing well. The line work on this is beautiful as usual. Thank you, Kaisi. I appreciate it lots. I hope you're doing well. I'm pretty good today. I'm gonna say I had some struggle days in the past week, but today's actually a pretty good day. I woke up at a normal time. I had enough energy to run errands. I had a big coffee. So, you know, pretty good. You love my emotes? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Everyone's saying really nice things about my emote work tonight. I do always have to mention, I do use bases as my jumping off point. There's this really popular one that you'll see a lot of people use by an artist called Lumon on Ko-fi. They are free to use with credit, and you are allowed to sell commissions with them. I tend to not keep the original line work unless it's like something like the gun holding one. I like to have like my own eyes, my own line work, you know, but they're a really good jumping off point. They're also really easy to edit to make a different expression. But it's really nice to have just like a jumping off point to get right into it. Because emotes, you know, they're supposed to be quick. They're supposed to not, you know, ideally I'd like to get them done under 2 hours. They usually end up, the more complicated ones will take over 2 hours, but that's also because I get distracted. But ultimately, you know, art takes as long as it's gonna take. And I put a little more detail that I maybe have to for an emote, but people seem to like that, and I like that, so like I'm cool with it, you know? I like everything to be clean. I like it to be on a bigger canvas, so if people want to use it as like a Discord sticker or something, that's pretty easy. Your work is so professional. Yeah, expressive. Thank you. Listen, I've been taking commissions for coming up on 4 years, and it's still weird to realize that this is I am a professional because I am out here making money on art, even if I'm not like doing what was normally considered professional art. And even though I feel like, you know, my skill level isn't necessarily professional, but like when people tell me that, like, you're not the first to say that, so like I have to like trust your guys' judgment here too. Because of course, like, if we trust me, I'm gonna be my own worst critic, and I'm gonna like put myself down probably, which is not good. But I've gotten better, I promise. But yeah, I really appreciate the encouragement. It's one of the things that's great about doing art streams is that like I mention this all the time, but like I'll be in the middle of an art piece and I'm like trying to rush to the finish line of like what I want it to look like, and it's not there yet. And for people to see the underbaked, like not fully realized art and to already be complimenting it is like, oh, okay. Like that's the encouragement I often need to get over the hump of feeling like it's not looking good yet, even though like obviously I have more work to do. So that's kind of like an eye-opening thing that doing art streams has kind of helped me get over, is kind of not getting like upset at myself for like the halfway process of it like not feeling fully realized. You know, just like accepting that like my art does have a place, even if I'm not like, you know, an artist with 1 million followers and who can get stuff into like museums or whatever, you know, like all like the old classic benchmarks of being a successful artist. Like that's not the world we live in anymore. Like you can do a lot, and even if you're on a smaller scale like me, like you still like your art still has a place, especially in community. And that's like the biggest thing that VTubing has taught me, is the importance of community when it comes to art. Both like your own and supporting others. Like we all are, you know, not supposed to be in competition with each other. We are all here. We all deserve to make it, is one of the posts that I see go around a lot. We all deserve to make it. And I like to try to do my part in that endeavor. So, you know, I may not be the most talented artist. I may have a lot of things I could learn to be a better artist, but the fact that you guys don't care about where I'm going, you just care about where I am now, like that means a lot. You're big in our hearts. Aw, thank you. Oh my god, it's a wonderful batch streamer. Hi, Revan. How you doing, wonderful Revan? Gage says, I don't feel like a successful artist, Char says. Char also says, my commission queue is so full, how will I ever catch up? I mean, that's the thing, I can't argue with the facts, and the facts are I have not had an empty commission queue in coming up on 2 years. So, you know, there's that. And that's the thing, is like my perception of myself as an artist now is so weird, because I have had people tell me that they think I'm like this big artist and streamer that is like unapproachable because I feel like, or they feel like, I don't know, like intimidated. I'm like, no, that's how I'm supposed to feel about other people. What do you mean you're intimidated by me? I'm just a small little dude over here eating cheese.
But you do it so well.
I do it so well. But like that's kind of like a wild thing that I'm, again, like people tell me that and I can't argue. Like if that's how people feel, that's how they feel. But I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not a big artist, but big doesn't have to mean hundreds and hundreds of likes and shares. Big doesn't have to mean the most profitable. Like big is what you make of it. Big is like someone you look up to. Big is, you know, a person in the community who is supportive of others. And that's what I try to do my best to do.
Yay, the bat.
Amari says Char is big in our hearts because they are small, and she's fat. But I grow larger with every Cheeto. Never doubt your talent. You made Rat Boy, which is the greatest work of art since some dude painted elk on the wall of cave. I mean, let's give some credit to the Simpsons artist who created Rat Boy Simpson. But I'm glad I get to be the Rat Boy of your dreams. That's not the right thing. There we go.
Nobody else is out there drawing purple bats as rat boys.
That's true.
We know of.
How many VTubers out there are part bat, part Simpsons Rat Boy? And part Pumpkaboo, don't forget that.
And like 40% cheese.
Yeah. 40% cheese, 40% Wawa iced coffee, 20% gas. Revan says, did you know that you make me happy every time I get to join your stream? Did you know that if you recommended cheeses, I would try them? You are a fantastic person and an amazing streamer. You make the world a better place with each stream and make every person feel comfy. And thank you for being who you are, Revan!
That is true, you're super cozy comfy.
Oh my god, thank you. That's really fucking sweet. Mads says big can mean being incredibly genius, and you're a heckin' genius for stumbling onto the Stinko's idea. Points at my wife. Stinko Pop wouldn't be a thing if it wasn't for my wife being dumb and saying dumb things out of her mouth. I say that with the utmost love in my heart. You know it. But that was it's a group effort ultimately. I mean, Stinko Pop happened because I made a drawing and Slimy Jade said a word and then I got an idea and then a bunch of people let me continue that idea by supporting me and giving me money to pursue it. So
I'm always saying words.
Yeah, Slimy Jade is just always saying words.
It's a problem.
Gage says all this talk about big artists makes me want a kaiju jar. Yes. Can it be like my kaiju Pumpkaboo that I drew years ago? When I say kaiju Pumpkaboo, I do just mean a giant Pumpkaboo. Hold on. How fast can I pull this up? Let's see. That's gonna be in my Pokemon folder, my Pumpkaboo folder, and that was somewhere in my pile of daily Pumpkaboos. There it is. This is from, like, oh my god, almost 10 years ago. Just super-sized Pumpkaboo looming over the city. That's the dream, baby.
Pumpkaboo, the pumpkin Pokemon.
Kiss her. Kiss my wife? Okay. Is that Snoopy? Is who Snoopy? Where's Snoopy? Slimy Jade said a word. Press X to doubt. Hug the giant pumpkaboo, you got it.
Who
Oh, giant pumpkaboo.
Who dares doubt me?
Why did the Pokemon game message twice? That's strange. Also, I don't think I said admire me. Thank you so much for the Cheeto, and Revan as well. Did I miss a hydrate and stretch? I missed your hydrate and stretch, Metal. I was getting too overwhelmed by people being kind to me. Let me hydrate. You want to hug the ominously hovering pumpkaboo? Good. I should redraw that. Especially now that I have an actual giant pumpkaboo plush that I could use as reference. I can make it look so 3D. And, ooh, stretch. Thank you, Metal. But yeah, you guys are fucking awesome. You guys really give me, like, faith in myself and faith in other people just by, like, how consistently kind and supportive everyone is. Like, you don't even remotely have to have ever commissioned me to, like, have a, you know, you have made a difference in my art. You know, just by coming here and giving me encouragement. Oh, okay, hold on. I guess I'm screeing while I'm mushy. Thanks, Scree, you Scree, for Scree, the Scree, Scree, redeem Scree. Revan Scree says Scree, Pumpkaboo Scree, Ken Scree, Loom Scree, Over Scree, Me Scree, It Scree, Will Scree, B Scree, A Scree, Highlight Scree, Of Scree, My Scree, and Scree, Shall Scree, Spark Scree, Me Scree, Two Scree, B Scree, Slightly Scree, More Scree, Gremlin Scree, Person Scree. We Scree, Need Scree, My Scree, Big Scree, Boot Scree, Char Scree, Wailing Scree, their Scree, Giant, their Kaishu Scree, Pumpkaboo Scree. Also Scree, Of Scree, Course Scree, Sorry Scree, Drawling Scree, No Scree, Worry Scree. Simple Scree, A Scree, Look Scree, Ken Scree, Break Scree, Your Scree, Heart Scree, I Scree, Like Scree, Your Scree, Boot Scree. I Scree, Tried Scree. That Scree, Was Scree, I Scree, Little Scree, Hard Scree. But Scree, I Scree, Tried Scree, My Scree, Best Scree. There you go. I think that was a good minute of Screes.
Oh no.
Oh, what?
I was gonna have you say something while Scree was still active.
I'll do it for free because you're my wife.
Shrimp sweater.
Shrimp Scree, Sweater Scree, Shrimp Scree, Sweater Scree. Guys, if you weren't here for Shrimp Sweater, a couple weeks ago, when I got a commission from Purple Fishbones, and it was me and Slimy Jade in little winter outfits kissing, and I asked Slimy Jade to be drawn in a sweater with shrimps on it. And Pixar didn't have it. Yeah, I can get the pics. And I think I started chanting shrimp sweater, and I discovered that it's very hard to say shrimp sweater, specifically to say it fast. And so me and Slimy Jade for like an hour were just going back and forth trying to see who could say shrimp sweater without fucking up. And it was really hard. And then I like had a stream with Alex that night, and I tried to make him do it too, and so it just keeps happening. But oh, I guess I should have kept that big. Do you see this beautiful sweater? Do you see this? It's a mix of raw shrimp and fried shrimp and little snowflakes. It's so fucking cute. It's so adorable. That is drawn by Purple Fishbones, who has very affordable commissions available on Ko-fi and VGen. I've gotten a lot of art from Fish over the years. Fish is actually the reason why me and Alex are friends. Fish was one of the early supporters of Stinko Pop. I got a commission from Fish to make a Stinko in the first few months that I started drawing them. And then she got a second one, like, really, really shortly after. And so, you know, we became mutuals because of that. She must have found me through, like, one of my Goblin VTuber friends, back in the early days when I was, like, barely streaming at the time, but I was technically a VTuber. And because of that, Alex found out about me and knew me as that person who makes the Stinko Pops. And he goes as far to say that he was, like, intimidated by me because he, like, put me on this pedestal of being, like, this artist that he, like, you know, admired, which is really fucking sweet. But one day, I think it was almost 2 years ago now, it was like in the springtime, he raided me. He raided me for the first time, and he, you know, I was like, oh, you're Fish's partner. So in that raid, he mentioned that he likes AFI, which you guys should know is my favorite fucking band that I never shut up about. And immediately I was like, oh, okay, we're friends now. Instantly, we're friends. You come into my streaming, you tell me you like my favorite band, we're friends now. So, you know, we started like rating each other more. I started checking out his streams. So Fish is actually what kind of like got all of our kind of like friend groups like hooked up. Cause you know, me meeting Alex, I met all the people in his community, and then some of those people met me. You know, and just like everyone intermingling and stuff. So that's really cool. Thank you for the VGen link. Nexus says, I'm just gonna drop this info here before dipping out. The song Welcome to the Black Parade is turning 20 this year. Oh man, I've been thinking about how it's gonna be the 20th anniversary of December Underground by AFI. I forgot that means it's also the 20th anniversary of Black Parade. Ooh, that's gonna be full of expensive merchandise. Oh, that must be why they're doing a MCR's collector doll. It's probably gonna be a Black Parade doll. I've been thinking it's gonna be Helena. It's probably gonna be a Black Parade, either Black Parade Gerard or maybe one of like the girls in the parade. I don't remember what they're called. Yeah, there's a Monster High My Chemical Romance doll rumored for this year. So that's gonna be fucking crazy. So 10th anniversary of Black Parade happened while the band was broken up. And they were like, oh, we're gonna tease a new song. Oh, wow, new song. And it was like a ploy to get people to buy the 10th anniversary edition of the album. And I've had a distaste for how their record company has pushed them, especially while they were broken up. It was really, really cash grabby in like a not fan positive way. And I remember the 10th anniversary Black Parade was kind of like a source of drama in the fandom at the time. I'm kind of afraid about what they're going to do for the 20th. But I'm kind of not active in the MCR fandom anymore. I used to be a huge MCR fan. I still like listening to them now and then, but I kind of am disconnected from the goings-on of the fandom, especially because the fandom still is skewing very young. So that's a thing. But AFI has an album, a really big album turning 20 this year. December Underground. It's the album with Miss Murder on it. And a few years ago was the 20th anniversary of their other big album, which is Sing the Sorrow. And for that album anniversary, they did a giant merch, like, set. They did this collector's item that I still really want, but it's, like, almost $300. It hasn't sold out yet, but it probably will this year. And they did an anniversary show. They did a one night only, sold out the Kia Forum, which is, like, I don't know, like an 11,000 capacity venue, which is really, really big for AFI, especially in this decade. And they played the album front to back, and it's the first time they ever did anything like that. I don't think they wanted to do it, but they knew how much the fans wanted it and how much of a cash opportunity it was, so it was kind of like, yeah, okay, we'll do this since everyone wants it. So I kind of doubt that they're going to do something like that for December Underground, but the people who run the news section of AFI's website, who are fan run, they started asking on Instagram. They asked what we want for the 20th anniversary, and I am pushing to ask if they're going to accept fan designs for merchandise, because my dream right now is to design an official AFI shirt. I really want to just once in my life make a design for AFI myself and have it be like an official shirt and get to own it and wear it and tell people that I made a shirt that AFI officially sells. That's kind of like my big art dream right now. So I might make a design either way, even if they don't officially announce anything like that, but I am starting to kind of like think like, if I make a single design based on December Underground, what do I want to make? But that era of AFI merchandise is like the most iconic to me, because that was the era that I became a fan. So December Underground merchandise is what I saw at Hot Topic as a 7th grader, you know? So I'm like really, really excited. I'm like, I'm so scared about if I'm gonna be able to afford any of it, but I'm really excited to see what they do for the 20th anniversary. But also, oh my god, that means I've been an AFI fan for almost 20 years now, which is wild.
How about this one? I call it
Mold and Brash.
More like belongs in the trash.
Jonas is the song 99% of people who have heard of them knows, and it's probably the only song they know. Yeah, there's a very strong population of people who their only familiarity with AFI is Miss Murder, because it was pretty unavoidable in 2006, and it was also on one of the Guitar Hero games. And you know, that's fine. That's fine if that's what people know, but I always have to be like, if that's the only song you've heard, you should check out a couple others. I promise they're cool. Gage says, I'm not gonna lie, Black Parade is my least favorite MCR album. That's fair. That's totally a fair opinion. Black Parade was a really big album for me, for a lot of reasons. I do think it's a pretty perfect album, start to finish. Whenever I listen to it, I do listen to it all the way through. And the, like, aesthetics of it and stuff were really, like, left an impression on me. I wanted to cosplay one of the girls from the album cover, so fucking bad. The like, true album cover, not the, like, the white one with the single marching band guide. There's, like, a different album cover underneath, and it's, like, a whole tapestry of the people marching in the parade. And there's these, like, two girls that have, like, matching outfits, and I really wanted to cosplay them so bad. Maybe I'll make a Halloween Stinko this year. Oh, but then I want to do a December Underground one too. I want to do like Love Like Winter Davy Havoc or something. That'd be fun. But I did just do a Winter Char already, so I don't know. A Black Parade Trash Bat Stinko would be really self-indulgently fun for me. Iona says, I like some stuff off Black Parade, I just tend to not like rock opera. Yeah, Black Parade is like very Queen. It's very 70s rock in a lot of ways conceptually and stuff. It doesn't sound like 70s rock, but like the way it's structured, the way the songs are written, it definitely comes inspired by that era. Yeah, so like if you don't like Queen that much, it's very, you know, over the top and theatric and highly produced. But for me, I fucking love Black Parade. I don't know if I'd call it my favorite MCR album. I think 3 Cheers might still beat it. And I'm a really big fan of their first album and also Danger Days, because I was in high school when Danger Days hit, and I have a lot of fond memories of interacting with the fandom during that time. But Black Parade, I remember going to Circuit City the day it came out. And I remember my stepdad yelling at me to turn it down because I was blasting it really loud. I also remember that heart attack when Sharpest Lives came on and it sounded like the CD skipping. And I did, like, reach to, like, check my CD, and then I was like, I put it back on, I'm like, oh, that's just how the guitar is written, isn't it? But, let's see, Gage says, I hate Cancer so much, it poisoned the rest of the album. Dead is a banger, agreed. You know, it's kind of a divisive song. I mean, I know a lot of fans like really take that song to heart. It has a lot of significance to a lot of people. For me, I don't really have the significance of it, like the emotional connection to it. And honestly, I do end up skipping it a lot, but like I understand its place, and I think it's still like a well-written song. Famous Last Words is a fucking great song. Honestly, my favorite songs in the album, I really love House of Wolves as a karaoke track. I love singing along to House of Wolves. And I really love the track Sleep. And also Mama goes pretty hard. But yeah, frankly, I don't think there's a bad song in the album. I used to not like Disenchanted, but now I really like Disenchanted. But for me, it's a no-skip album, except for Cancer sometimes. If I'm listening to it as a whole, I won't skip it. But if I'm, like, hanging out and just chilling, I don't really want to listen to Cancer. But I'm excited to see if that is what they're going to make the Monster High MCR's Collector Doll based on. Because that will be an insta-buy for me. For sure. I kind of hope it's not Gerard. I kind of hope it's not a celebrity doll. I kind of hope they do like what they've been doing with a lot of their Skelectors, where it's like a random girl whose like design is inspired by but not directly adapting some aspect of it. And I do hope that it's one of like the marching band outfits and not like I kind of doubt they do like the Patient, where it's like the scrubs and like the IV line hanging off. I kind of doubt that. Well, what if? What if? Anyways, ad break is about to start. I did Frank but a monster girl. You know what? That's fine. I'm here for it. I mean, Gerard as a monster girl too would go hard, and Gerard being non-binary, I mean, I would love that. So, I don't know, you know, I'm open to the possibility if it is the band members, but I kind of want it to be the alien xenomorph situation, where it's like some cool, very well designed chick dressed up in the garb. Alright, I'm gonna go stretch. I'll see you guys in a few.
Dangerously cheesy.
Welcome back. But I'ma say it straight to you. Look you in the face every time I talk to you. I wanna be clear and not convolute. I'll say what I mean. I expect the same from you. So you wanna play rough in the parking lot. See you acting tough, but I know you're not. We could take it outside, shuffle in the street light. I just really wanna fight with you, man to man, hand to hand, one on one, friend to friend. Are you tough enough to open up, man to man? You gotta let me in. Clap, clap. You do hear Dorian. This is one of my favorites. I think I've told you that. My two favorite songs off of this album were Man to Man and Career Boy. Also, big shout out to Adam and Steve. The second album I'm not as into, but I kind of like Gentleman. And of course, freaking, oh my god, what's the My Agenda? That one is so good. Like, the songs that are good on their second album are really fucking good, but then, like, there's some ones that I kind of, like, always skip. And then I think Fanfare, front to back, is, like, a fan-fucking-tastic album. Are you tough enough to open up, man to man? You gotta let me in. Clap, clap. You gotta let me in. Don't beat around the bush. Don't talk behind my back. Quit acting cowardly. Don't launch a sneak attack. Just right here in the daylight, and we can handle this just right. Take my hand, we'll settle this man to man. Man to man. Hand to hand, one on one, friend to friend. Ain't man enough to soften up, when you're tough enough to open up. Man to man, you gotta let me in. Clap, clap. So many bangers in this album. I think this Flamboyant and Daddy Like were my favorite. Oh, Flamboyant is also really fucking good. I mean, like, I pretty much like every song on this album, too. The first album and the third album are, like, I could put those on and vibe all the way through. And then the second album, like I said, the peaks are so high. But the lows are a little like, I can skip past this. You have got to let me in. Also, oh my god, can we talk about their music videos? Because their music videos are so fun. The costume work, the choreography, the what object is going to be broken over Dorian's head this time game. You know what's a really good one? Idolize. That is a really fucking good song. Am I still alive? Where am I? I cried. Who was it that pulled the trigger? Was it you or I? I'm completely numb. Why you acting dumb? You both know you were the one. I don't know what to do, you don't know what to say. The scars on my mind are on replay, will replay. The monster inside you is building me. Scars on my mind are on replay, will replay. I love Chromatica. I'm just gonna say that. I didn't get Chromatica the very first time I listened to it. I distinctly remember I was putting away laundry and I just like threw something on and I was like, this feels so like forced retro. I don't know if I like it. And then I like found myself getting songs stuck in my head. I think like Stupid Love was one that was getting stuck in my head a lot. And I like found myself coming back to it. I was like, okay, let me like listen to this album more. And then I got like attached to the lyrics, and then the lyrics got very like relevant to stuff going on in my life emotionally, and then all of a sudden I was like crying to 911 and stuff. So I went from like whatever, this isn't much, to like holy shit, this might be my favorite Gaga album. I mean, it's kind of hard to top like Fame Monster and Born This Way, and honestly Mayhem's really good too, but like I don't know. I think I like more songs on Chromatica than I do on Mayhem. Mayhem has some really good highs, but then it doesn't fully commit to the stuff that I want to hear, which is the weird, fucked up, darker stuff. She keeps using the word gothic dream to describe Mayhem, and I'm like, you didn't go deep enough into that concept, in my opinion. It's still very safe in a lot of ways, especially with songs like How Bad Do You Want Me? Which a lot of people have been calling, like, the Taylor Swift song. A little bit. But, I mean, like, Perfect Celebrity is, like, that's what I want to fucking hear more of. I mean, it was influenced by The Cure, Nine Inch Nails, like, oh my god, like, come on. And I know Gaga's a Depeche Mode fan, you know? Like, I want that darker shit again. Did you listen to the remix album at all? IDK if any of the tracks are better than the originals, but I really like some of them. The Replay remix is probably my favorite. Didn't Dorian Electra do the Replay remix? That's actually the one that's on my likes. I did listen to the remix album. I did only listen to it once, with the exception of the Dorian Electra remix. I love the Dorian Electra remix of this, with, like, Dorian's, like, verse and extra lyrics and stuff. So good. I'm usually not a remix album person. It's something that I'm, like, trying to push myself to kind of, like, get my head wrapped around more. But I've always kind of had an aversion to remix albums. Like, I think one of the first ones I encountered was a Cure remix album called Mixed Up. I got it at a thrift store, and I didn't know that it was a remix album, so I think that kind of, like, set a bad tone for, like, my relationship with remix albums, because it felt disingenuous. I thought I was getting a new album, because I, like, didn't have a smartphone at the time. I was just a teenager at the thrift store. I was like, oh my god, The Cure, I don't think I've heard of this one. And then I come home, I'm like, this doesn't sound right. And then I, like, didn't really give it a chance. So, it's something I'm trying out more. Actually, there was a Cure remix album I did listen to. I haven't gone back and checked out Mixed Up. I kind of want to. I want to challenge myself to go back and listen to the one that made me upset as a teenager. But I did listen to the remix version of Songs of a Lost World, which was The Cure's latest album from 2024, I believe. And I remember Trust, I think, was on there somewhere. I don't really remember any remix specifically grabbing me, though. Again, like, on first listen, it's kind of like I have to kind of make amends with the fact that I'm hearing something that is not matching up with what's in my head. I almost, like, feel like it would be interesting to check out a remix album before checking out the originals at some point, if that's, like, a situation I find myself in. But yeah, like, they can be really hit or miss, but I want to check them out more. I want to give them more of a chance. I want a Mayhem remix album. I'm gonna say it because I think a Mayhem remix album would go darker. And in fact, there was a Lady Gaga show recently. It was called, like, Mayhem Requiem. It was a one night only. I'm pretty sure they didn't allow phones. And she performed a different rendition of the album, front to back. She played every song. Most of them were stripped down. Some of them just piano. Some of them with some instrumentals. From what I've heard, a lot of those renditions do go darker, and there should be footage and audio of this at some point. I think they're going to turn it into a live album with, like, video attached. So I am really curious to check out Mayhem Requiem whenever that drops. But I still think it's going to come shy of my, like, I want Gaga to just, like, go, like, full on fucking, like, 80s goth dark wave just for, like, one song, right? Like, just, I want to hear more of Robert Smith, Susie Sue. Like, I want to hear more of those dark influences. And which is to say, Gaga does get dark. I mean, Bad Romance, fucking, honestly, most of Fame Monster, like, she definitely gets there. I mean, fucking Disease, oh my god, Disease scratched my itch. Okay, Disease was a fucking banger of an opening single, and she could have gone with something safer, but she went with one of the weirder tracks, and I fucking loved that. You know, she could have gone Vanish Into You, she could have gone Shadow of a Man, she could have done, you know, any of the more, like, palatable songs, but, you know, obviously Abracadabra is, like, the big song off of that album, but Disease might be my favorite on the album, right up there with Perfect Celebrity. It's kind of, like, tied, because those two scratch, like, different itches, but I really, really like those songs. Rad says, I love remix albums that feel like they have their own flow or such a unique style that makes them cohesive. Like the Gorillaz remix album, Like a Come Home, which is all trippy dub and reggae. That sounds like that would fit Gorillaz really well. Also, hi, Rye. Thank you for the Cheeto. Welcome in. I promise I'm doing art. I'm just getting distracted by good talk about music. I know I just heard the song the other night when I streamed, so I'm gonna skip it, as much as I love Lit Disco. That's one of those songs that takes me back to high school. Very quiet, so you do not make a sound. I'll share a little secret. It seems a bit profound. Oh, thank you for this care package, Sage. Some people call it karma, some people call it fate. Ooh, yes, all the head pets. All the bats get pet. Okay, let me unstrap my legs while I'm stretching. Alright, thank you. Pats for Screedo, of course. Can't forget Screedo up there. Rise says, I did a Ghoulia redesign and a Frankie one in the last 2 days. So I've seen the Frankie. I have not seen the Ghoulia, and I need to see it. Ghoulia's my girl. Ghoulia was one of the characters that got me into Monster High and was the one I, like, felt most strong about. And I love Ghoulia redesigns. So yeah, I gotta see that. One of my very first dolls was a Dead Tired Ghoulia. And currently I have one Skull Shores Ghoulia in storage. I haven't decided if I'm gonna sell her for something else. I kind of wish I had kept Scarus Ghoulia, but the Ghoulia that I have on display is her Pre-Production. Because the original Ghoulia was like my holy grail doll back when I first started getting into collecting that I never got my hands on. So when she got a Pre-Production, I was so fucking thrilled. Alright, I'm looking. Yes, it's a Ghoulia with a mobility device, as it should be. I love when there is more decay on Ghoulia. Like, yes, give her a bone leg, give her exposed ribs. Oh, the eye falling out with the... Oh man, she looks really good with an asymmetric cut like that. That's really good. And you still kept, like, the gist of her, like, her original style. But just, like, you know, ripped it up, ripped open the flesh, added some blood, as it should be. As a zombie. You know, they did play it a little safe with her design. You know what I'm really praying for? And what I would love to design? Do you remember the Zombie Shake line? There was a Monster High line in G1 called Zombie Shake, and it was a zombie-themed dance line. And only 4 characters got dolls. It was the Werecat twins, Meowlody and Persephone, and then it was Rochelle Goyle and Venus McFlytrap. And I love those dolls. Those are currently some of my G1 Grail dolls. I especially want the Venus Rochelle 2-pack. But if I did find Meowlody and Persephone together for a good price and in good quality, I would also get those. But I love that line because they did makeup where there was like these like black veiny parts on like their face. And like for Rochelle, you know, she's made out of stone and she had like these black cracks all throughout her body, which also gave that veiny appearance. And all of them had like really dark eye makeup. They had really dark lips. Venus had like a brain pattern shaped into her head. Like, oh, it was so good. And it kills me that they didn't include Ghoulia in the Zombie Shake line. Because a Ghoulia Zombie Shake doll would have essentially been a Ghouls Rule Ghoulia. Which, to put into layman's terms, Ghouls Rule is when they took a lot of the main characters and made them dress up more strongly reminiscent of their, like, source material. They were basically, like, fancified versions. Like, Frankenstein, you know, the daughter of Frankenstein in G1, she looked like Bride of Frankenstein in her Ghouls Rule doll. Draculaura, she didn't look like Dracula, so that's not quite a one-for-one, but she had giant bat wings. She had these ornate like filigree bat wings, and she had like a fancy vampiric outfit. Like all the characters that got Ghoul's Rule kind of got like extra monstery stuff in their fashion. It was like high fashion versions of their monster heritage. And Ghoulia got left out of that line, because Ghoulia always got the short end of the stick when it came to being in the main cast. She was always kind of in the main cast, but not officially in the main cast. It's like, you had, like, Draculaura, Frankie Stein, Claudine Wolfe, Laguna Blue, and Cleo Denial, and they were the core five, and then Ghoulia's like, I'm here too sometimes, but they always left her out of all the good shit. So what I am dreaming of is a zombie shake Ghoulia. And it's completely possible that they could make one, because they do still make G1 dolls, and they still do make new additions to old doll lines. Like this past year, they made a Sweet Screams Twyla, after no Sweet Screams dolls had been released since like 2014. So they call them like alumni releases. It's like they go back into the vault, they look at the old G1 doll lines, and they're like, who do we want to make a new addition into this line? They did it with Freak du Chic. They did it with the one I just said, Sweet Screams. And did they do it with any others I can think of off the top of my head? Not that I can think of immediately, but they definitely will do it again. And that's like what I'm praying for. I want a zombie shake Ghoulia. And if they don't make it, I want to design it. I really wish I had more time that I could sit and design Monster High dolls that I want. But maybe someday. Rai says, I kind of love the idea how she got turned into a zombie was her passing in a car accident, so decay in car lights. Look closely at the shaved side. You may be surprised to see it's not hair. Oh, is it brains? Is it brains? Yeah, baby. I also made it look like the glasses got embedded into her skull. I miss those dolls so much. Hi, Raya. Thank you for the Cheeto. Hi. But yeah, I think about G1 doll lines that characters who were not included should get included often. And I really wish I could contribute to that ecosystem. You know who I wish would get a more true to their heritage? Spectra. Spectra is not a banshee. Spectra is a ghost. Scara Screams is the banshee. And in fact, if you're not familiar, there actually literally was just a new Scara released. It's a really, really good doll. This, like, just came out. Oh, I didn't spell that right. I was like, why is this not coming up? Scara Screams. What is it called? Fan Club? Fan Club doll. So Scara Screams is an Irish heritage banshee. And she just got, let's see, is this a good one? Can I zoom in on this? Yes. She just got her first, well, it's not her first collector doll, because her original release was a San Diego Comic-Con doll, but this is the first inclusion of her into, like, the modern collector dolls, where, like, they kind of give them, like, higher quality fashion. And so Scara's always been kind of like a 60s mod style. They brought in the Irish heritage with the patterns on the dress. The shoes, it's hard to see here, but these shoes are fog with screaming faces embedded in them. And you can remove the fog from the shoes to make them just plain shoes. And then the veil is very, very intricately designed. The veil is included because of the lore of banshees. So, this doll's fucking incredible. I'm so sorry she's not available anymore. She was just released, like, last week, and she sold out so fast that they did a second round, and she got sold out again. But she's utterly gorgeous. I love Scara. I have an old Scara doll. I have the I Heart Fashion Scara. I wish I had that Scara, but I didn't want to drop $50+ on it. But, Spectra, she hasn't gotten, like a heritage doll, but she did get something called Midnight Runway. And I actually do own this. This is Spectra's only collector doll from my knowledge. And the Midnight Runway dolls, they came with masks. I'll just pull up this image of all three of them. So this was kind of like a like runway kind of like, you know, high fashion line, and it was Frankie, Cleo, and Spectra, and they all have masks that are of course removable. But I really like this Spectra. She has like black in her hair. She also has rooted eyelashes. So I picked this one up on Mercari from somebody for a pretty good price. I have her displayed without her mask. There's her mug. Scrolling. There's her mug without the mask. I love G1 Spectra and her fucking cheekbones. I love her cheekbones. Her face looks a little off. And so a lot of the new collector dolls are slightly different screenings than the original dolls. I see this all the time. I follow like Monster High subreddits and stuff. People are very, very particular about, you know, the doll screenings and how the eyes are positioned and the proportions and everything like that. And it does make a difference. But yeah, I think the main thing is that she has the rooted eyelashes, and there's like green around her eyes, which was kind of an interesting choice because there's no green anywhere else in this design. I think they would have been better off just making that like mauve or gray or something. But yeah, I love her cheekbones. I have always loved Spectra. My purple spooky bitch. I used to have a few different Spectra dolls, but currently the only one I own is the Midnight Runway one. Okay, this one's almost ready for shading. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, I'm doing the metal parts on the choker. When our worlds they fall apart, when the walls come tumbling in, though we may deserve it, it will be worth it. Is it a Trash Bad Char stream if I don't go on a tangent about AFI, Monster High, or both? Because I've done both tonight now. It's been a very tangenty night. I started stream off by drawing my history of glasses I've owned, because people were shocked to hear that I wear glasses IRL, and I was like, hey, you guys want to see what all my old glasses look like? And I just drew them on a Trash Bat picture that I had.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're a good baby.
Sage says, I have not a single fucking idea what you're talking about, but I enjoy hearing people talk about something they like. And that, I have gotten that comment a lot when it comes to Monster High, especially back when I was doing the weekly Monster High tier list streams. Which is why, you know, when relevant, I try to pull it up so that you can at least have a picture vaguely showing part of what is going on. But there will probably be more Monster High info dump streams at times. Yes, the shock that someone who stares at a computer screen for hours might need medical eyewear. Yeah, I've been wearing them since I was like 11. I think I was staring at a lot of screens by that point, probably. I sure was playing a lot of RuneScape back then. Okay, we got the piercings, we got the hair. Not gonna do eyebrows on that one, probably. I think it perhaps is time for shading. So we're gonna start with what I consider to be one of the most important parts of the shading, which is the hair highlight. Specifically the hair highlight in the green part of the hair. And this is when I pull up the old ones. Okay, so there's a couple different ways to stylize hair highlights, and I switch between them depending on what I'm doing. In this case, what I do is I kind of do these, like, almost H shapes. You do a rectangle, then you carve a circular, like, ellipse into each side. And do that for, like, each hair chunk. For this, I actually also put a little dark line underneath to help it pop even further. That's not necessary, that just is sometimes a thing I do. Man, I'm getting all the good Depeche Mode tonight. I'm not going down on my knees. It's begging you to withdraw me. Can't you see it's misery and torture for me? See, so here's how I'm going to approach this one. I'm going to start with the rectangle, especially because this one's symmetric, so it'll be easier, I think, to do this way. And then I'll go through and do this sort of shape. Trying to keep the high points as high as I can. Oh my god! Hey, Gray! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello, hello, how was the art? I would love to hear or see what you were working on. If you would like to pay art tax, please drop a link. You know I love your art, so I want to see it if you have anything to share, but no pressure. Welcome in, Raiders, if it is your first time here. My name is TrashBatChar. My pronouns are they, them. And I'm primarily an art streamer, though sometimes I do some other stuff. Tonight I'm working on some emote commissions. I'll zoom out, you can see. I'm doing a whole batch of 10, adding on to some ones that I previously did for my friend Amari, who I also did this design. I was the designer for Amari 2.0. And we are actually just at the point where we're going to start adding the shading to all of them. I finally finished the line art and flat colors for them. You're working on reference sheet? Ooh, I bet your reference sheets go so hard. Yes, Sage with the Dr. Peppers. Pass them out. There's Cheetos to go around too. Feel free to throw your daily Cheeto in the dumpster if you'd like. Pet Screedo up in the corner there. But of course, if anybody needs to raid and run or raid and lurk, especially Gray, you know, please take care of yourselves. But it is good to see you all. You know how hard it is for me to shake the disease. This is one of my favorite Depeche Mode songs. My Animal Crossing town tune is this part. It's 2 notes, but I love it. Art tax time! It's gonna look NSFW, but I swear it's entirely SFW. Okay, yeah, I see what you're getting at. I see what you're talking about. Here, let me pull this up. This is so high quality. Your line work is, like, impeccable. I'm someone that I don't do ref sheets with poses like this, so the fact that you did it with, like, the front and the back is, like, so impressive to me. But this is really good. What is this? What's on the plate? Is it drinks? It looks like drinks. I was wondering if it was, like, cake or something. But yeah, your line work is, like, so freaking good, dude. This is gonna look amazing when color. Like, I think I love every part of your art, right? But, like, your rendering is, like, the first thing I noticed, so, like, I'm sure that this is gonna be, like, wild when it's finished. It's tumblers of alcohol. Hell yeah. Well, thank you for sharing. I gotta up my my reference sheet game. I feel like a slacker. But this month has been all about emotes. I've done 11 emotes before this. I'm currently working on 10 emotes. And then I have a third person who wants 8 emotes, and I want to have those done by the end of the month. So that is 29 emotes total I'm doing this month. So almost an emote a day. But next month's going to be crazy, because next month I actually do have some ref sheets that I'm going to be working on. So, hopefully my skills have not gotten rusty. That means a lot. Thank you, homie. Of course! I'm always going to boost up my very talented art pals. I love seeing everyone's work and what you got going on. Sage says, I have a question. Would y'all consider hypnosis art NSFW? I've been wondering about that since I have 2 things I could still post. That really depends on context, I think. I don't really know if I have an opinion on that one way or another. I mean, if the content, like, texturally or like contextually or otherwise like implies certain NSFW things, then yeah, I guess that falls within that realm. But I'm not sure. It's really a case by case basis, I would say. You're an angel, I can see it in your eyes. I saw the Crew Shadows live in 2018 and 2019, and one of the shows, I think it was the 2019 show, the lead singer got up in my face and sung part of this chorus at me. Because he was doing it to a lot of people. I wasn't, like, special, but it was like, whoa. Well, you're down here walking through the audience and you just got up in my face. Metal says, have best night, running on 4 hours, so I'm EP. Please get some rest, Metal. You deserve it. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and sending me care packages and such, but please take care of yourself, too. Alright, we're just gonna go through and we're gonna add the yellow highlight to the hair all systematically. You're an angel, I can see it in your eyes. Got a broken heart, so I'll stay close tonight. You're an angel, I can see it in your eyes. And something I see so beautiful will survive. I miss the Crew Shadows. Their shows were so fun. At the first show that I went to, I was one of the many, many people who got to stand up on stage with the band during their final song. And, like, that was also a crazy fucking moment, especially because the violinist, one of the violinists after, like, gave me a high five, and I was having, like, a gay panic attack over it because she was so pretty. And there's footage of it on YouTube. It was fucking wild. But one of my friends from the DeviantArt days when I was in middle school, early high school, who I met because of AFI. I met a lot of my DeviantArt friends through Bandom, and they were the one who introduced me to the Crew Shadows. Unfortunately, I do not talk to that person anymore, really. They, like, once in a blue moon show up on my Blue Sky mentions, but, like, I tried, like, striking up a conversation on DMs, and it just, like, didn't go anywhere, so I'm like, okay, I guess we're just kind of distant now, but very, very grateful that they introduced me to the Crew Shadows at that point in my life. You're an angel, I can see it in your eyes. God, we haven't had a new Crew Shadows album since about 2017 or so. Wonder if they're ever gonna release any more albums. The gay panic is so real. Yeah, because literally I spent a lot of that show staring at this beautiful violin player because she was on my side of the stage that I was standing for the majority of the time. So when I got up there, I ended up next to her, and, like, as they're playing the final verse of the song, she, like, lays her head on my shoulder while playing violin. I'm like, what is happening? Is this real? And then she looks at me after, because I guess she probably sees me with my stupid fucking grin. Because I grin like a fucking doofus when I'm at concerts and stuff like that's happening. So I'm just, like, so damn happy. But yeah, it was a cool experience. That would do it. Alright, how's that looking compared to the old ones? Pretty good. A little bit thinner. We can make them a little thicker. Here we go. This one could use some mass, some girth. Switch to 10-pack, you got it. Mwah, 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 mwah. Meow. I feel like we've had more than 44 smooches this stream, but I'm here for it. Oh, I could have muted for that. I apologize. Comparing. Oh wow, I didn't even do the highlight lines on the top. That's fine. I'm gonna do that for this set. Not everything has to be exactly the same. Oh, I do need some water. Thank you for the boop. Thank you for the head pat. I hope your night's treating you well, Jay. And the Screedo pets too, hee hee. I said it before it happened. I saw it in chat. Alright, just making the starting strip thicker. Oh my god, they're hitting me with my favorite Depeche Mode songs. This one just makes me want to walk through like a slutty 90s vampire club. I'm existing. High-key went Wizard to cope. That's understandable. Do what you gotta do to take care of yourself, you know? Hold out your delicate hand with such a sensitive mouth. To see through. When I come up, when I rush to you. Sage says, I can't for the life of me remember this guy's name who was singing around the more modern song from Sonic during the Sonic Symphony 3 years ago. Oh god, Time, can you slow down? Anyways, he was kind of cute, not gonna lie. Yeah, guys, what the fuck is Time? I was just like mentioning something that was from 2 years ago. I was like, that does not feel like 2 years ago. What is happening? I mean, this is just what everyone goes through, but goddamn. I'm not proud of what I do. Time math is so fucked up. I mean, like, earlier I was talking about some multiple albums that were very seminal in my youth, like very, very big for 12-year-old Char, are turning 20 this year, which, like, of course makes sense because I'm turning 32, but also what the fuck? Cannot meet you. When I rush to meet you, my soul is bare. Anyway, can you tell I'm very confused about time and my sexuality? I mean, I don't know what your sexuality is at the end of the day, so I didn't know that there was confusion there, but if you find a dude cute, you find a dude cute. 60 and 60 and 60 and 24 and 7 and 365. Those are numbers. And they just keep happening without pause. When I come up, when I rush for you. Okay, here's one that upset me the other day. I saw that Green Day is doing the pre-show for the Super Bowl, which I'm like low-key pumped for as a former Green Day fanatic, current casual Green Day fan. I really hope they do something that pisses off the right, like more than they've already been pissed off. But someone in the comments was like, I feel like this is the last hurrah for rock music. We have this elderly band coming out, and it's gonna be like the last time we see a rock group in a major event like this. And I was like, what do you mean you're calling Green Day elderly? I get it. They're like 52 years old. The band's been around since what, 1988? But oh my god, what do you mean? Do not call them elderly yet. Even like The Cure, right? Like Robert Smith of The Cure is over 65, which is retirement age, therefore could be considered elderly. I would still not call The Cure elderly. Not when they're performing with the vigor that they perform with. But like I've had to like grapple with this with Green Day in particular, because I've heard them on what used to be the oldies station, and I guess by all intents and purposes is still the oldies station, but what they used to play in my youth is now way different than what they play now. And they started playing 90s music when I was still in my 20s. And I'm sitting there like, what do you mean I'm hearing Basket Case on the station that my parents used to listen to like Band of Gold and blocks of Frank Sinatra? That fucked me up. Rain on me, rain, rain, rain on me, rain, rain. Rain on me. See, I quit Fortnite, so now this isn't getting overplayed. I used the Rain on Me emote in Fortnite so much, but I quit the game ever since the Harry Potter shit. Someone missed seeing the fucking Rolling Stones are still touring somehow. Yeah, they sure fucking are. I'm really shocked they're still going. I thought they would have at least stopped a few years ago. And I mean, like, we have like a lot of celebrities that's coming in that, you know, are a little younger than, you know, making it all the way into their like 90s and stuff, because the rock star lifestyle does tend to wear away at some. But even so, I mean, we still have, there's still 2 Beatles alive, right? Ringo's still alive too, right?
I don't know.
Well, I'm pretty positive that half of the Beatles are still alive. I don't know because I don't really care about the Beatles much.
Yeah, Ringo's alive.
Ringo's alive, yeah. Jay says, my work threw a baby shower for one of my coworkers last Friday, and it was Harry Potter themed. Oh, man. See, ultimately, like, we live in a really, like, all of our internet circles are bubbles, and there's so many people that are just completely oblivious to what's going on with J.K. Rowling. So, like, on one hand, like, I don't want to instantly get mad at anybody who does Harry Potter anything, because it is something that if you're not in the certain online circles where they're talking about it, it is easy to miss. But also, it still fucking sucks, and I wish it was more common knowledge, and I wish people wouldn't cling to it so hard when they are confronted with it, because that's the big problem. People are like, but oh, it's my childhood, but oh, it doesn't matter. It's something that brings me happiness, or oh, I'm not giving the money, directly to these things. It's like, no, she literally is using that money. We've gone over this. You guys know this. I don't have to, go through this again. I mean, like, for me, my boundary is, if you're a Twitch streamer and you're streaming a Harry Potter game, you should know better. And I unfollow for that. I don't have to give them benefit of the doubt. I don't want to be the person to, like, come into chat and be like, hey, did you know? Because it doesn't go well usually. Usually you get freaking mobbed for it from people who are really strictly defensive of it. Harry Potter and Mormon apologist in the same basket. Yeah. And like, for every person that might listen and change their mind, there are like 20 people who are going to flip you off and tell you that they're going to put even more money into it just to spite you specifically and stuff like that. And it's just like, man, sucks. Alright. Hair highlight down for 3 out of 10. Not bad. I think my ad breaks are 5 minutes pushed back, so I'm probably about 5 minutes from an ad break. Let's change the subject to a different HP. Lovecraft, dude, he's not good either. I mean, Lovecraft is dead and gone, but oh, buddy, that man was racist.
So racist that other racists of his time were like, oh man, this dude's really racist.
Yeah. Can't have anything. I was hanging out with my friend last week, and I was talking about music I was listening to. I was like, yeah, and I started listening to Death in June, and she was like, oh, that dude's a Nazi. I was like, fuck! I had no idea! I was so fucking upset.
Sage, do yourself a favor and don't look up the name of his cat.
Jay, in response to why was it HP themed, because this coworker and her baby daddy loved the series apparently, and my work had literally no idea. Hell, even my trans peer coworker seemed to have no issue with it, which was a weird place to me. Also, considering I was already in fuck, I'm about to quit this job mentality. So again, like, not every trans person is a monolith. People have their own individual opinions. I do know trans people who choose to continue to engage with Harry Potter, or trans allies for that matter too. But like, well,
I'm being rude.
yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about someone who's married to a trans person and will continue to engage with Harry Potter. Granted, I don't see it being publicly done, but So yeah, like, there are trans people who will still cling to Harry Potter, but for some people, they just can't put behind their own, like, personal attachments, and that, like, I get it. Like, if something came out about AFI, that would be a really fucking heartbreak for me to have to make, right? Like, I get that for some people, it's the number one thing in their life. Like, the fandom, fan fiction, or, whatever, like, was, like, their primary, like, thing to, like, make friends and go to conventions and what have you. So I get it to an extent, but when they defend it and don't even show any shame for it, it's just like, man, what the heck. But yeah, so anyways, if I ever have my playlist on and Death in June starts playing, I need to take those out of my playlist. So fucking mad about that. Yeah, and that is to say, like, I don't fact check like do background checks for every artist that I listen to. So like I realize this as a streamer, I do kind of put, you know, a little risk by putting on just like a playlist that I haven't fully vouched for. So some things do slip through the cracks sometimes, like stuff that was added like 15 years ago. Well, maybe not 15, maybe like 10. How long Spotify been around? I had a Spotify in like 2013. Yeah, so probably, yeah, like 10 or 15 actually. Wow. That's weird. Cage says, I had to yeet a bunch of rappers I liked from old playlists. I'm still mad about it. Finally found artists that got me back into rap, and they're true garbage people. Jay says this place has consistently chosen performative social optic gatherings over actual work or accountability. It was never surprising that they'd casually host a Harry Potter themed baby shower, though def uncomfy for me to walk in not knowing the theme until right before. Yeah. It, like, there needs to be more education about it out there. And, like, I get a lot of people's knee-jerk responses to get mad the second they see someone engaging with Harry Potter, and unfortunately, coming at someone aggressively like that is going to do the opposite. Like, we need to have at least, you know, a little bit of understanding that these people are not necessarily terminally online. Or that their algorithms just straight up don't show them this stuff, you know? Like, we kind of have very little control over what is shown to us, unless, like, we really go out of our way. And for the average person, you know, if they have, like, a 9-to-5 job and they have a family and stuff, like, they're just, like, going onto their Facebook feed, scrolling mindlessly, and then they close it after, like, a half an hour to an hour, like, and their Facebook feed's only going to show them what, like, them and their friends are into and stuff. And there's plenty of positive Harry Potter press out there. I mean, I do occasionally, I go into the comments sometimes when I come across a post talking about a Harry Potter thing, and I kind of get bummed to see how few people are talking about the stuff, or probably what's happening is that they're getting deleted or downvoted, depending on the platform. Jay was like, yeah, I was like, okay, cool. I can't even mention my concern in a constructive way, or I would have immediately been labeled disruptive in that scenario. Yeah, like, it's co-worker relationships versus, like, if that was a friend that you could be real with, you know, that'd be a little different. And even then, they might still get mad at you because it's their event and they can choose what to do and yada yada. But, yeah, it probably, even if you're on your way out, probably best to not, like, rock that boat, because that would just be mega stress for you and probably not accomplish what you wish to accomplish, which is getting them to accept that what they're doing is wrong and they should be, you know, listening to trans and non-binary voices on this. Sage says, it's hurting me knowing I would have been to every major theme park in SoCal if it wasn't for Universal. I hate Harry Potter and Percy Jackson for life. I'm pretty bummed that I missed out on Disney World to go to Universal specifically for Harry Potter when I was in the 12th grade. And now I'm never going to go to Disney World. I should have gone to Disney World when I was 17 just to have that experience. But it was one or the other, and I chose Universal specifically because of Harry Potter. So fucking rip. But, you know, I was 17. I had fun when I was there. That was ages ago now. I don't even own any of the merchandise that I bought from there anymore. I'm pretty sure I sold it. Alright guys, it is almost ad break time, and I'm gonna take a little snack while I'm on ad break, so I might be more than 3 minutes. But I will be back. I want to get the hair highlights down for the rest of these. I think this is the 4th one? Yeah. So I'm gonna see how far I can get. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a snack, so I'll be like 5 or 6 minutes. But make sure you're taking care of yourself. Scree! Jay says, I'm just placing bets now. No one here would ever get me a single note of goodbye, despite being that kind of workplace culture they pretend to embody. We'll give you a note that you did a good job and that they didn't deserve you. And that you deserve better. But alright guys, I'll see you. Scree! Welcome back. I am full of snack cake. I wish everyone knew the joys of tasty cake. That's why I can't leave this area. Wawa and tasty cake. Dante says, I have news. IDK if it's bad or good, but they're news. Hit me with it. Jay says, Lamau, if you actually mailed me that, I would laugh and cry of joy so hard. You know, I'm taking mental note. I'm taking note of that. I did say Wawa. Of course I said Wawa. Is it a Trash Bad Char stream if I don't mention Wawa? Did you guys know I went to Wawa? I got my snickerdoodle coffee.
You said Wawa a lot.
Wawa, 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 Wawa.
No
Wawa,
Wawa.
Wawa, 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 Wawa. Look, I know who I am. That part sounds weird when I only have one headphone on. You're gonna buy an ex-Wawa building to live in one day? The dream. I think they've officially lost it. Did I ever have it, Sage?
Yeah.
Do a full renovation and make it a Wawa house. Chase says Snickerdoodle. I prefer Giggle Sketch. That's good. That's good. Snack was good. So, Tasty Cake is a brand out here in, I guess we'll call it the tri-state area. And I actually don't know how far Tasty Cake gets sold, but
I've gotten them in New York.
Oh, okay. So tri-state area.
Well, tri-state here is
More than it probably PA, Jersey, New York, and Delaware for sure.
Yeah.
But they're just a snack cake brand, but better quality in my opinion.
Yeah,
The main things that we like to get there's three things that they're kind of like I'd say known for. You know they do donuts, they do lemon cake, they do pies, like they do a lot of stuff that you would see from other brands. One thing is butterscotch crimpets, which are these little vanilla snack cakes with butterscotch icing on them. Very, very good. It's like a sponge cake. Chocolate Juniors, which is what I just had, which is like a layered yellow cake with this really, really good chocolate frosting.
They're also known for coconut juniors.
They also have coconut. I usually get the chocolate, but the coconut is good. I kind of want a combo. Do they do a combo?
They don't, but they should.
Like one layer coconut, one layer chocolate would be perfect.
We just gotta get a box of each and then smush them together.
True. We should do surgery on a junior. I know what I said. And the third thing, which I think is the best thing that they offer, in my opinion, is called the candy cake. Candy with a K, cake with a K as well. Candy cakes are kind of like, do you know the tag-along cookies from Girl Scouts, where they're like the peanut butter and like the cookie and then the chocolate on the outside? Imagine that, but as a like kind of spongier cake. They do dark chocolate, which is now the one that I always get if I see it. But they also do milk chocolate. Just fucking, in terms of chocolate peanut butter treats, absolute perfection. I would mail everybody some candy cakes if I could. And I have sent some to Junie before, and I should do it again soon. So, if that interests anybody and you're on my mailing list or want to be on my mailing list, and by mailing list I mean I write your address down in my phone. If I have the money to swing it ever, I'd love to send some out to some people. Giggle Sketch makes as much fuck all sense as Snickerdoodle. Sounds like a laughing dog breed. Yes, you'll be getting an updated address, Jay, so I will, of course, get that from you when that happens. Okay, this one, I don't have to do a lot, because most of it is blocked. At least this one will be a nice quick one. There's a few that the hair's like cut off in a way that I'm not gonna have to do a lot of highlight. Unless setting in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to swing a big package, but I might send you a card within that time. But we'll see what I can swing. You're back with the news. Okay, yes, I'm in anticipation here. Okay, cool. That is done. Of course, I'm gonna have to go back and do a second layer of highlighting for the darker parts of the hair, but I'm focused on getting the green part highlighted first, because that's like the top of the head, like the main like halo. You tried weed? Okay, I can see why you're not sure if it's good or bad yet. So this is your first time, I presume? My first time, I had such anxiety and also a feeling of pins and needles through my whole body that lasted for several days after. And everyone told me it was in my head, but it kept happening to the point that I got an MRI about it and they couldn't find anything. What? The phrase "I got an MRI about it."
MRI about it.
Yeah, I had a weird physical reaction to weed that would happen when, like, I was only taking it once in a blue moon. But then when I started, I said drinking. I never drank it. During the period of time that I was using it regularly, my body kind of, like, got used to it. But then when I would, like, take tolerance breaks and then go back to it, I would get that freaking pins and needles thing again. It's called paresthesia. Which is to say, if you have a weird experience on weed, don't let anyone tell you that it was just in your head. If you genuinely feel like something was wrong, like, talk to someone about it. Because I am still really mad about the people who dismissed me like I was crazy, and I was, like, having a physical reaction that was, like, really disruptive. And I hate that. I hate the relationship around weed where people act like it never causes anyone issues ever. So, sorry, that's my personal little, I just hate when people act like no one can have a bad time ever on weed. Like, it is big anxiety, especially for the first time. I hated it, wouldn't smoke again, but while I was high, I made a flute. I hated every part of it. I still smell bad because of it. Jay says, my first time was also the first time I drank. I learned people can be allergic too. Yeah, I don't think I was allergic. That was like a thought that crossed my head, but I didn't have any other issues with it. It was just this, like, I would have this, like, tingling numbness in literally all my extremities. Even my, like, torso and stuff. Like, if my back would brush against something. And it would last for 7 days. Every single time. Exactly 7 days. It was driving me up a fucking wall because, like, I really wanted to, like, enjoy the positive aspects of marijuana. Especially when my chronic pain came into the picture. And that's actually why I had a period of time where I was using it more, because I did get a, I almost said a green card. I got a card for medicinal marijuana. But before that, it was, like, you know, I was just trying it whenever, like, a friend would be over or whatever, and it always fucked me up. And I hated that people acted like I was just having anxiety when it was, like, a literal physical thing happening to my body that was in turn giving me anxiety. But it wasn't the anxiety causing it, you know? Not anaphylactic or rashes, but, like, it interacts in their senses weird. Yeah. Dante says, oh yeah, I think it's nice to mention, I don't know how to play a flute, but looking up a tutorial on YouTube and making one was probably the best I could do with my highness. Hey, I love hearing about a productive high. That's great. You know, if you take weed to relax and melt, that's cool. But I also love hearing people get inspired to do random shit. Like, I love the creativity side of it. Gage says, I had, like, no reaction and have had no enjoyment at all from it. I just don't fucking get it. So, I've kind of been on a bunch of sides of it over the years. I had a bad relationship with it at first because of the physical problem I had and because it was unexplained. But I kept on pushing through because it wasn't, like, debilitating. It was just moderately inconveniencing when it would happen. But I had a feeling that if I took it more regularly, my body would get used to it. And that did end up being the case. But I also started using it too much because I had infinite access to it with my medicinal card and I had the money to afford all the vapes that I wanted. And I was taking too much. And what happened is I experienced what I would call marijuana-induced psychosis. and it turns out that it interacted with mental things that were not diagnosed previously, but I'm really, really positive that it was the marijuana that exacerbated it, and that I probably would have not been driven to that state if I had not touched marijuana. And it took me a bit to finally accept that I needed to stop using it, because I really wanted to believe that that wasn't the main cause. But the facts show that when I quit, I stopped having the issues I was having, and I've had, you know, I haven't touched weed in over 3 years now, and, like, I haven't had issues like I used to have. And I think the statistic is about, like, 10% of people who try marijuana have some kind of issue with it, whether it be physically, whether it be mentally, whether it be addiction-wise. And again, like, people say, oh, marijuana's not addictive. People have addictive personalities, and they can get addicted to anything that gives them, you know, dopamine. Okay? It's not addictive in the way that other harder drugs are addictive, but it is something that people become addicted to. And I just think, like, there needs to be a little more, there needs to be more talk about that, because I don't want anyone to be in the position that I was in, where I was completely clueless to using it daily and what it led me to experience. You know, I won't go into the details of it, but let's just say marijuana-induced psychosis is a really terrible thing to be hit with out of nowhere, and it, at the time, kind of wrecked my life. And, like, I'm cool now, but I kind of just, like, I'm around a lot of people who are really pro-weed, and I just kind of like to be a voice now and then of, like, hey, it's not for everybody, you know? And if you have an issue with it for whatever reason, like, you don't feel bad, because that's not your fault. Now I understand why the Beatles smoked a shit ton of weed in India for one of their albums. Jay says, damn it, just hit me. I'm gonna have to take all the posters and art down that I put up everywhere. But you'll be able to put them up again. You got this. Gage says, if you touch it a lot, you can get really bad allergic reactions to it. I was talking about this earlier on stream. If you work for a farm, they have to give you gloves or you're not safe. Dante says, yeah, weed can indeed be addictive. Everything can. The whole point of an addiction. Yeah. And that's the thing. There are just some pro-weed people that are too positive and trying to be blind to the negatives. And I've seen it, and it bugs me as somebody who has experienced the multiple negatives from it. And again, like, there were good parts. I missed the good parts, you know? It's hard not to. I was taking it for coping with my chronic pain. It kind of sucks that I can't have it, because it did help to an extent. It didn't cure my pain. It didn't make me painless, but it made the pain easier to bear in those moments. But it's not worth the price that I paid. And again, I just don't think there's a lot of information about this. I truly didn't know until I went through it. And then I, like, started reading about how much this happens to people. So, you know, I just try to bring that up just to, you know, hopefully help somebody who might, you know, end up or have already been in a situation like that. Sage says, I'm never touching drugs. I'm stupid sober. I don't want to find out how stupid I can be under the influence. Like, whatever your reasons are for staying sober, I mean, some people are straight edge. I don't really call myself straight edge, because I'm still pro taking drugs if it works for you, but I just have to stay away from it myself. I'll have like a serving of alcohol now and then. Like, I had a drink on Halloween and it did nothing to me. I was fine. So, like, you know, little things in moderation like that. Like, if you have, like, a drink or two socially, like, for example. Although, frankly, like, alcohol is worse in a lot of ways. But whatever your reasons are, do not let anyone shame you for it. And this goes for abstaining from anything. This goes for, you know, people who are vegetarian. And it doesn't matter if it's for moral reasons or health reasons or what your reasons are. Like, we need to respect each other. Being able to make the decision to not engage with something, to not put stuff in our bodies that we know is not good for us for one reason or another. But again, with weed, it's so hard because it feels like everybody's doing it. and everyone who uses it has nothing but positive things to say, so it can be a little weird to be that one person that's just like, yeah, I can't have that experience. Jay says, I'm pro-legalization and decriminalization as long as it's responsibly administered. Regulation and health science good. Yeah, I'm with you there. Gage says, that's a really good reason. It's purely for yourself, and that's the most important part of either side of that choice. Exactly. At the end of the day, these things are a personal choice. I hate hearing people get pressured into drinking. I hate hearing people get pressured into weed. And again, as somebody, like, I distinctly remember the people who basically told me I was crazy for feeling like I was having a negative reaction and told me it was in my head. And I hate that. I hate that shit. No one needs to be treated like that. Jay says, personally, I wizardry, but smoking it with fire is a no-go. I prefer edibles over vapes. Baseline advocacy is for people to make good choices for what works for them and no limits, in the same sense as drinking. Dante says, can I ask a stupid question? Why can't you just make some marijuana tea or something? I used to drink small amounts as a natural anxiety relief, but not enough to make me high. Are you referring to the general you? Are you asking me specifically? Because first of all, I don't know anything about, I know very little about edibles. My state, they don't offer edibles in, like, the medicinal, distribution places. For some reason. So when I was, using medicinal weed, I had to get vapes. I had the option to get, you know, the stuff to burn, but like Jay, I couldn't stand doing it with fire, so... And the thing is, those vapes are stronger than they need to be, and that was definitely another part of my issue, I think, is I didn't know how powerful, you know, what I was taking was. I mean, ultimately, if I could probably take small amounts of, like, CBD or something, but I just kind of don't want to risk it. The other thing is I haven't paid for my medical card in so long, and it's expensive, and I don't want to do it. But...
And also, in terms of the general you, I mean, some people do it. You just said you do it. They, like, it's up to personal preferences, I guess.
Yeah, for me right now, I value my mental stability more than anything, and, like, while it would be nice to have a little bit of pain relief via that, I just need to kind of look for other sources. Because all it's going to do at this point is give me massive anxiety that it's going to cause the issues that I've previously faced. So not really worth it for me at this point.
I end up just having no interest in it either.
Trey says, I do appreciate edibles knowing more of what is in it. Mostly I do hemp-based because they're essentially legal everywhere. Have you looked into CBD bases with much less or no THC? I haven't really, but again, it's not something I really want to mess with my mental diagnoses. And honestly, I'm just gonna say, looking back on my time when I was using it daily and stuff, I just don't like how complacent it made me. Because that's the thing, it's so easy to just, like, be like, I'm anxious, so I'm gonna take this thing and do nothing. And, like, that's fine, but I was doing that too much. And it wasn't helping my issues. I wish there were better pain management options. There's probably some stuff I haven't tried yet, but my pain management doctor is not willing to do anything other than steroid injections on my back. And I have more issues than just that, you know? Like, when I have a flare-up, it is, like, head to toe. Like, everything hurts. But yeah, like, opioids aren't an option because of the massive war on opioids, and pain patients, especially for stuff like fibromyalgia, do not get treated well. I mean, about a year and a half or so ago, I went to the ER because I thought something was very, very wrong. It was back pain, but it was so bad that I was feeling it in my chest, and I thought it was like a heart thing. Like, I thought I was like having a fucking heart attack. And so I got myself to the ER. I like called an ambulance because I was trying to get a ride, but like, you know, mother-in-law was taking too long, and I was like, I need to go now. So I asked, you know, for an ambulance, and they proceeded to treat me like fucking shit for hours. They left me, the nurses were not even getting me water. They weren't giving me any medication, even though I told them I was in agonizing pain. But they looked at my chart, and they probably saw two things. They saw my mental health diagnosis, and they saw fibromyalgia. And so they looked at me, an AFAB, fat patient, and they said, oh, this person is just in hysteria. Again, I was having a physical pain that was so strong that I thought I was having a heart attack. And I've had anxiety attacks. It wasn't an anxiety attack. It was the pain that was causing the anxiety. It wasn't anxiety causing the pain. It was the reverse. And what they finally gave me didn't touch it. And I tried telling them that, and they never gave me anything else. And they made me walk out of there by myself. They didn't even make sure I got like a ride first. They just let me go. But one of the nurses, while I was in there, she basically made fun of me for hyperventilating. I was like mildly hyperventilating because I was trying to keep a panic attack under control. And she looked at me, she's like, oh, is breathing like that helping you? And I like, in my, you know, controlled breathing, tried to explain, I'm not doing this because I want to. This is like a physical reaction. She cut me off to be like, oh, well, I guess if it's helping you. And then she like left. And that whole experience made me so fucking distrustful that the health system was ever going to do anything for me. And thankfully, that hospital is closed now, so I will never have to go and have trauma in that hospital. I've been traumatized in that exact hospital at least 3 different times for different reasons. But yeah, the nurses just did not give a shit, and I know it's because I was a fat fibromyalgia patient. You know, like, I was straight up discriminated against. And now whenever I have a health issue, my first thought is, oh my god, I don't want to go to the hospital because they're going to fucking think I'm crazy. And they're not going to help me. And right now, one of my greatest fears is being in hospitals by myself. I, like, need somebody there to self-advocate for me now because I've had so many bad experiences in the past, like, 5 years. It's just I don't know much about fibro. Is there physio you can do? I have gone to physical therapy at least 3 different times, and it has done barely anything, unfortunately. Honestly, like, I end up having to cancel appointments because certain exercise days will send me in a flare-up, and I won't be able to make it to the next one. And yeah, it's like, I can do things to help my flexibility, but it doesn't stop the pain. It really barely shows an improvement. And again, because, like, I was going to physical therapy for lower back pain specifically, but I have pain literally everywhere. My back is the worst of it, and I have had, you know, x-rays and MRIs that show I have damage on my spine, but, like, that's just one part. Like, there's so many moving parts to it that it's so hard to even know how to treat all of it. I went through a 9-month ordeal trying to get steroid shots for a single location on my back. It took so long to get insurance approved, to get the appointments, to go to physical therapy so that insurance would give me the approval. It took 9 months. And I got the shot, and granted, I will say the steroid shot in my lower back, I think it made a little bit of improvement. I'd say my lower back pain went from being like a 6 to a 7 to like a 4 to a 6. As bullshit as the pain scale is, that's the best I can estimate. But I still have other parts of my back that are horrible, and it doesn't last, and I'm gonna have to go through it again. I would have to go through that entire approval process for every single spot in my back that I would want an injection in. And the thought of going back through that process again just filled me with so much dread that I'm like, I don't even know if it's worth it. The other thing is that my psychologist scared me by telling me that steroids can affect mental health stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to be getting a whole bunch of steroid shots and have it send me into, like, you know, a bad mental place. So I'm not even sure how often I want to be doing that. I probably will go back for my lower back when this one runs out, which they say can last anywhere from 6 months to 2 years. So I'm already past the 6-month mark with it. But unfortunately with fibro, it's just there's too many moving parts, there's too many things. It's not widely understood. There's breakthroughs happening with research and medication, but we're not quite there yet. You know, I think we talked about there is like I don't know what they're called, like markers that indicate it might be what's the word? The word's escaping me. Like, it might be autoimmune, I think, is what the word I'm looking for. Sage says, God, doctors are only going to get worse with the rise of people depending on AI to think. You know what also is I'm worried about is the rise of long COVID. Because long COVID shares a lot of similarities with fibromyalgia and other chronic disorders. I mean, it is a chronic disorder. Like, so a lot of people who have had multiple COVID infections are having pain, are having fatigue, are having lung issues, are having brain issues. And I don't think our medical system is in a place to handle all of that. And I think a lot of people are going to be written off as crazy. And I think a lot of people are not going to get the treatment that they need. Geisha's, I have similar issues where if I exercise, I can lose days to bed afterwards. Yeah, post-exertional malaise is one thing. But yeah, like, if I push myself to do something physically laborious, like, I will usually pay for it for the next several days. It can make you temperamental and angry. Essentially, frontal lobe stuff can be affected. I got POTS before it was cool. Yeah, I mean, I've had my fibro diagnosis since, like, right before the pandemic started, and now it's like, you know, I'm kind of, I always say this, I'm raw dogging through life. I'm not on any medications for it right now. I have over-the-counter acetaminophen and ibuprofen, and that is it. And it's definitely not good enough, and I'm definitely gonna need to figure out something else, but it's what I have to work with right now. And I'm very fortunate that currently my job is here. My job is sitting in bed, and even on a bad day, I can usually manage to sit here and do some art. And I know when to take breaks, and thankfully I can take breaks without it immediately affecting me. I do have to kind of keep a certain pace if I want my income to, you know, handle everything, but you know, I don't know where I'd be if I wasn't in this current position, because I quit my last 2 jobs because of my fibro. I was being kind of insinuated by my boss 2 jobs ago that they were gonna let me go if I kept calling out. And I was at a point where I had money saved up, and I was like, let me try switching to a job that is work from home. And I thought surely a work from home job will be manageable, but pain and fatigue do not do well with being forced up at 7 in the morning and sitting in the same spot for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And I was struggling through even that job. And I took a medical leave, and I couldn't go back to the job. So, you know, it took me a bit before I stumbled on art, and then I just put all my energy into art, and that's where I'm at now. It's where I've been for the past, like, 4 years. And I still, like, I'm not working full-time. I'm not doing 40 hours of drawing a week. I wish I could. I truly, truly wish I could. I would love to get through more art. I would love to get through my queue faster and be able to take more orders, but I'm working at the pace that I can work at, and, you know, thankfully I'm in a position I'm in right now where I can do that. This probably isn't a forever thing. I don't know what the future looks like for me with, you know, chronic pain and stuff, but I am doing my fucking best out here. And sometimes my best is I spend several days in bed and don't talk to people and don't draw and, you know, just sleep a bunch. But that is chronic illness for you. Yeah, I know a lot of other people out there have, like, their own, you know, chronic illness stories and stuff, you know, but I don't love talking about it, because I know it's a bummer of a topic, but I do also feel the need to talk about it so people know, like, what is going on in the background and why, say, like, my queue is moving slower than they might want. It's moving slower than I want, I know that for sure. I really wish I was a faster artist or I could put more hours into it. I realize why this track has so much silence at the end. I am not in the mood for Rihanna. He says, I'm glad you were able to land on something that could earn you money. I mean, doing art for me is really positive in a lot of ways. For one, I've mentioned how I didn't like my art and I didn't believe in myself as an artist. I quit school because I thought I wasn't cut out for being a professional artist. So coming back to art and finding a way to be quote unquote professional in my own way did wonders for me to have a good relationship with art again. And of course, you know, there's pros, there's cons. I'm so busy that I don't get to do a lot of personal work, but I do gain a lot of satisfaction for helping other people bring, like, their art, you know, their visions to life, and getting my own personal spin on it, and getting to be a part of things like character designs. Those all make me feel like I'm doing something that matters, you know? Like, even in this fucked up world where it feels like art is, like, the least important thing going on, but, you know, we need art for a lot of reasons. And the art that I do may not be political, but it is personal. I bring people's, you know, characters, their sonas to life. I help people explore their gender through their character design, stuff like that. So I'm really happy that my job gets to be something I like, something that I continually improve at, and something that other people gain, you know, a lot out of. Eastern boys, Western girls. Fucking love this song. Vivi, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the Cheeto. Stream is going well. I hope you are good. West End girls. Your existence has been politicized, so your art is inherently political. I mean, to be fair, I do draw a lot of non-binary and trans people, so there is that. I'm literally drawing a non-binary person right now. and, you know, drawing characters who are like monsters and demons and stuff like that, because we express ourselves through the things that were, you know, attempted to be weaponized against us. We reclaim these things for ourselves. So yeah, to be fair, like, you know, maybe my art doesn't feel political because I'm just drawing VTubers and stuff, but like, you are right to an extent. But yeah, I mean, for the longest time, I never thought I would, like, make it as an artist. And granted, like, you know, I'm not making it, like, I'm not making income that I would consider worthy of making it, but I'm making enough to get through what I'm currently getting through, you know? And like I said, I don't think I can do this forever. I think there might come a day where I'm gonna have to get a different job, and art will have to take a backseat. You know, I don't know what to do when that comes, but I'm gonna try my damnedest to get as far as I can with art right now. And it does suck because chronic illness does hold me back from reaching what I feel would be my full potential. But we do the best we can with the life we were given, you know? And if, like, teenage me got to see the kind of stuff I do now, got to see my commission queue, got to see that I'm, you know, people are willing to pay me a roughly $15 an hour wage. It ends up a little lower than that, but I try. But, like, you know, that would really make my teenage self proud. So I'm glad that what I'm doing would make my past self proud. And to me, like, it's just crazy that I get to be, like, a part of something. Being in the, you know, the VTuber community like this, being an artist that people recognize even if they haven't, like, been to my streams. Like, people know me as the Syncopop person, or know me because of the emotes that they keep seeing. And that's really fucking cool to me. Like, I get to feel like I've left some kind of impression, you know? And I get to keep trying. I get to keep improving piece by piece. I don't know what you mean by that. Shove Zeus behind me. Alright, it is 2 a.m. I think there are two more to add hairshine to. So we're getting close to what I would consider a good stopping point. Black Dragon Queen, hi, welcome in. I saw you in Alex's server earlier. You might have to remind me what name you go by. I remember there were 2 names and they started with L. I think one was Lilith. So please feel free to share what you would prefer to go by currently. Are you almost done with this batch? That's awesome. They're gonna be so excited to get these. Yeah, so I am doing half of the hair shading right now. I'm doing the yellow shading on the green part of the hair. I'm still gonna have to do a little bit of shading on the black part of the hair. And then after that, it's just like shading underneath the chin and a little bit of like rim highlight on like the clothing and stuff to help make it pop. And any other final touch. I'll put a little bit of shading in the eyes too. But this is good progress, and this means I can probably finish this in one more session. So if I sit down tomorrow to do art, whether it be on stream or not, I'll try to do it on stream if I can. I should hopefully be able to finish these. And then we have 2 things I'll be getting started on. I'll have to see which one has the earlier due date. One of them is an emote set for Vishala Silverwind, and the other is a Stinkopop. A fusion Stinkopop. Lana is fine. You got it. Well, welcome in, Lana. How you doing tonight? I've been working on a batch of emote commissions for my friend Amari, who I also did the design for. And they're not finished, but they're getting close. and I think they're coming out pretty cool. Thank you, thank you. I'm actually pretty good, to be honest. Still not the best, but awesome compared to a couple months ago. I'm glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that. I myself am having a pretty good day. I had a kind of rough last week because of chronic illness, but today I was able to do everything I wanted to do. And also woke up at a normal time. Well, normal for other people. Oop, slime wipes off the PlayStation. Why you Gah.
I'm making sounds. It's
Aha, I didn't do the shadow under here.
part of my brand. I'm turning into a worm.
You are a worm.
Yes. Hell yeah.
Okay, we got the text obscuring the slimy jade on that emote. Do you know about the tiny slimy jade on the one emote?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ayo emote. Wait, I already did this one. Why am I here again? This is the one I want. Here we go. Let's see. I need to put these with
Why do I have a 6 streak?
What do you mean?
I have a streak of 6 streams.
Because my stream probably crashed at one point and you didn't get it? I don't know what 6 streams ago would have been. Would have been the night that me and Alex did Pokemon? Because I had a very short stream that I came back.
Maybe
I think.
that would go make sense.
Sorry to anyone who lost a stream streak. You can watch VODs if you notice that you missed you know lost a streak, but it sounds like you're just noticing it now.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh no, but Amari's gonna beat you.
In the streak?
Yeah,
Oh no, not in the Cheetos.
I'm pretty sure Amari's on a 40 stream streak right now. Amari and who else? Who else was at 40? I forget.
Never played them.
Yeah. Is this just my whole liner layer? Okay, I guess it is. So we're gonna take this up here. Alright, and I'm going to the hair layer, and we're going here. I'm trying to wrap up in the next like 5 or 10 minutes. If that's okay with you.
Right? Answer your question?
Yeah. Yeah, I was again a little slower than I expected tonight, but I think this will be a good stopping point. And I might even have enough juice to do a little bit of off-stream art later.
You gotta have your yap extravaganza.
Yet another song that I was introduced to via the one and only Davey Havoc. This is the guy who did Major Tom Coming Home. I want to go to the goth club, but pain makes it hard to dance, and I don't have a lot of people to go with. And I keep telling myself, oh, I can talk to people, I'm over it. But, like, when you're out there, and there's people, and they're all, like, on their phones, or in groups where they're all in their little circles, like, how the fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to walk up and be like, hi?
Like that, you just go, hi.
The last thing I tried to, like, talk to people, I would, like, say something to have a conversation, and they would just, like, turn away. They'd, like, say one thing and then turn away. It's like they didn't care enough to continue it. So it's, like, it's really disheartening when that happens. And granted, I get, like, you're supposed to just, like, chin up and keep at it, because it's not personal, but man, it sucks. I don't know what this message means. Yeah, there's a club I used to go to. Oh, wrong layer. There's a club I used to go to, and the DJ's really good, and they still do this club, and I just haven't been in so fucking long. It's like $10 cover. They have the best tunes. Every time I've been there, I think I've been there 2 or 3 times. Every time I'm there, I, like, go to sit down to take a break, and then one of my favorite songs comes on, I have to run right back out. Because that's how I am. If I'm at a club, I dance harder to the songs that are my favorite. I was just thinking about it, because they play Clear Shadows there. I fucking love dancing to the Clear Shadows. I went to a Halloween goth event, and they played one of my favorite Crow Shadow songs, and I did the do-si-do dance during the part where they do the fiddle solo, because that's what the guy from Crew Shadows does at concerts when that happens, and I felt like the main character for those, like, 15 seconds. We managed to do the do-si-do on this, like, crowded floor without knocking into anything or anybody. I need more of that. And I don't know what this message means. I'm just a messenger. I'm just a messenger. Don't blame me. Things will happen in this life with no resolution. But duality in man requires constitution. By your binary soul. Alright, we're gonna quickly go through and add the shadow underneath to all 10 of these. Should should take like 20 seconds per emote. Maybe more, like 30 seconds. And I don't know what this message means. Okay, that one. Let's get that erased. Cool. Oh, I didn't do the top highlight over on that side. Let's go over there.
Dangerously cheesy.
Thank you for the Cheeto, Lana. To let y'all know there's an ad break coming in a minute. I am just gonna work through it because I'm about to wrap up here. But I will be here when the ads come back. I will not leave you. Alright, 6 more. Oh, the shadow color got a little desaturated. Alright, that one was easy peasy. Huh, yeah, I wonder why the shadow was not the right color on that one, but I'm glad I caught it. And then once again, erase the part that's over there. That should not be there. Good catch. Me writing my OC, and he has a full body tattoo emanating from his heart? Hell yeah. My character doesn't have any tattoos. I feel like I should change that, but then that's something to have to remember. Gotta do the eyes and so many, like, that's not the layer I wanted to turn off. There we go. text back. 3 more. Oop, this one needs to be on top. Oh, this one will be super quick. Hair is barely visible on this one. Sweet, sweet. 2 more. And 1 more. Welcome back from app break. All right. So the all the line art and flat colors are down, and the highlight for the green part of the hair is in place, which is kind of like the most important hair shine. Looking at the old emotes, it looks like I do just like a little squiggle down on that part of the black hair, and then shadow under that part. So that's going to be the 2 things to focus on next. Then after that, it's the highlights on the horns, the shadow under the chin, and any final just like little gradation. Definitely some shadow in the eyes, because the eyes are flat right now. But I mean, like, they're already looking, you know, almost finished from here, but I'm definitely gonna want to get the rest of the hair shading in place. And having the horns with a highlight will help them stand out from the hair. You can knock that out tomorrow. They look great. Yeah, I think 1 more session I'll be able to finish these. For sure. But yippee, work session accomplished.
Yay.
I want tea. I saw the sippy emote. Yes. What kind of tea you want? Alright, I'm taking my drawing glove off, and... Oh, I see a lot of people live tonight. Okay. I usually prioritize rating art people first. I'm gonna check my stream list, because here's somebody that I feel like I rated them recently, but maybe not. No, I haven't rated them since June. How long they've been going for? Ah, advertisement. Okay, I think they've only been live for maybe an hour at most. Gotta clean the kettle and my water filter. Oh no, that's steps. I feel like, oh, you know what? I think I was gonna raid this person the other day and then they were like finishing or something. That's another art person I could raid. How long has it been since I raided that person? November. Oh, and there's a third person doing art. And you... October. Alright, well, I think I have our raid target. Let me double check. Do you have pronouns listed? I don't see pronouns listed. And I don't see any tips in the stream chat. I'm gonna check their blue sky real fast. Oh man, is that... Are they doing a model? Ooh. Oh, I never did the going live thing tonight. Whoops. I didn't even make a post. My bad. Okay. It just says non-binary in their bio. I'm gonna go with they, them as default, but just keep in mind I haven't been able to confirm pronouns. I'm glad I'm not the only person who has to look that up. I always feel bad, but my memory is shot. What? Look up the people I've rated or the pronouns or both? Yeah, I keep a list of people I raid just to kind of like keep tabs on if it's been a while since I've, you know, gone to someone specifically. Pronoun. Oh yeah, that's something I picked up from Purple Glitterator actually. Just trying to check for pronouns before going into someone. And yeah, even if it is someone that I'm like I've talked to before, I do forget sometimes. But no pronouns listed, and I saw non-binary, so it's possible any pronouns, but they them would be the safest bet. But there's a raid message. We are going to be rating somebody who has rated me a few times. Nuigaromi. Absolutely incredible artist. They do all their art with a mouse, and you would not know it by looking at their art. I'm just gonna say it. But they do a lot of models. They do a lot of mascot work. I love their mascot work. It looks like they're working on a model for themselves right now, and I really love the avatar they're currently using. But I absolutely adore their work. If you're not already following them, absolutely show some support. As for me, hopefully you'll see me tomorrow with more art. Hopefully finishing these emotes, perhaps. I would like to do at least 2 more art streams this week, ideally, so fingers crossed that my body allows it. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for all the chats. I know things got a little serious there for a little bit, but you know, I'm glad we can talk about things like that too. But everyone, please take care of yourselves. Stay hydrated, stay trashy, eat a piece of cheese if you so wish. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. If not, I'll see you next time. Scree! Say goodbye, Slimy J!
Goodbye, you scrungles.
Scree!